and recording and streaming.
We're giving it a moment for people to log on. All right. So good morning, everybody. Good morning. So we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome to today's Commissioner hearing on California gasoline price spikes, refinery operations, and transitioning to a clean transportation fuels future. I'm Heather Raitt, the Director for the Integrated Energy Policy Report. So welcome, everyone. This hearing is being held as part of the Energy Commission's proceeding on the 2022 Integrated Energy Policy Report Update, or the IPR for short. Today, we're doing a hybrid hearing using Zoom while also meeting in person. For those in the room today, videos of the presenters and those on the dais, the leadership on the dais, are being broadcast over Zoom. Everything displayed over Zoom is also being shown on the screen in the room. And we are using in-room microphones for sound. So please note that this hearing is being recorded, and a recording will be linked to the CEC's website shortly after the meeting, and a written transcript will be available in about a month. To follow along today, the schedule and slide decks have been docketed and are posted on the Energy Commission's website. For those in the room, there are some signs with QR code at the entrance to the hearing room, and you can use that to get the link directly to the presentations and other materials. We also have hard copies of the meeting schedule at the entrance to the hearing room, and we have binders of all the materials at the entrance to the hearing room. And so if you need your own hard copy, please just let us know and we can help you with that. We have a couple of ways for, we encourage public comment, and there are two ways to do that today. Attendees may make public comments during the public comment period at the end of the day. And so we look forward to hearing those, but please note we will not be responding to questions during the public comment period. And comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person or less. For those in the room who'd like to make a comment, if you could fill out one of these blue cards, it's at the entrance of the hearing room, and then you can go ahead and give it to me during the day. And for those on Zoom who'd like to make a comment, press the hand, the raise hand function to let us know that you'd like to make a comment, and we'll take them at the end of the day, or you can press *9 if you're on the phone. And we also welcome written comments, and those are due December 20th by 5 p.m. And with that, I'm pleased to turn it over to Drew Bowen, the Energy Commission's Executive Director, to say a few words about the hearing. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. And good morning, everyone, and thank you all for joining us today. Our objectives today are twofold. First, we would like to get input from our panelists and the leaders on the dais as to why gasoline prices recently spiked in September and what the state can do to avoid a repeat of this in the future. The invasion of Ukraine and other factors caused gasoline prices to rise around the world before they dropped back down in the summer. During the first week of September, the price at the pump in California was just over $5. However, by the first week of October, barely a month later, the average price in California reached $6.42. This was 2 cents shy of the all-time record. That first week of October, we set another dubious record. During that week, the delta between the California average price per gallon and the national average hit $2.61. Californians were paying $2.61 more than the average price in the rest of the country. This sudden increase in price hit low-income Californians particularly hard. So what happened? We'll hear in a few moments from the CEC staff about some of the reasons for higher prices in California. California requires the burning of cleaner fuel to reduce the negative impacts on our residents, and this fuel costs a bit more. State taxes are higher than average around the country, and we have environmental fees designed to address the threat to life on Earth that we all know is posed by the burning of fossil fuels. But these factors only account for about $1, and they didn't change between September and October, so they can't be the cause of this unprecedented spike to $2.61 higher. And during this period, unplanned maintenance was not unusual, and crude oil prices actually went down between early September and early October. This afternoon, our panelists will offer their opinions as to why gasoline in California rose so much higher than the rest of the United States. We'll hear about California's reduced refining capacity, import challenges, and gasoline inventory levels. We'll also hear about refiner margins. Refiner margins are made up of two components, costs and profits. During the first week of September, refiner margins were 64 cents. By the first week of October, refiner margins skyrocketed to $2.48. That's a nearly 400% increase in just over a month. We don't precisely know how much refiner margins are divided between costs refiners pay versus profits they earn. However, our CEC team of experts did not see anything significant that occurred between September and October that would cause refiner costs to increase by 400%. This suggests that much of that increase in refiner margins was profit. So our first objective today is to get a better understanding from our panelists and our members of the Dais as to what happened in September and whether there's anything the state ought to do about it. Our second objective is to get input from the panel and the Dais on the CEC's fuels transition study. This study focuses on the long term. It'll examine California's transition from vehicles propelled by the combustion of fossil fuels to vehicles propelled by electricity produced with clean, renewable resources like wind and solar. Last quarter, nearly 1 in 5 new vehicles sold in California was a zero-emission vehicle. This transition to electric vehicles appears to be inevitable. However, we also know that Californians will still rely on gasoline during this transition. Meanwhile, California's refining capacity has gone down and will continue to go down in the future. California's market is isolated from the Gulf and other markets, so refining reductions in California cannot easily be replaced. Today, we want to explore all the tools available to California to assure that the transition away from fossil fuels to renewable fuels happens smoothly and with as minimal an impact as possible on gasoline prices. We have a packed agenda today. First, we'll hear opening comments from the Dais. After that, CEC staff will offer 3 presentations to set the stage for the afternoon panel discussion. The first presentation will examine gasoline price trends. The next 2 presentations will describe the CEC's fuels transition study and provide additional context on California gasoline price spikes and diesel issues. Then we'll break for lunch. When we return, we will hear introductions and opening testimony from our panelists. Notably absent today are the refining companies themselves. We asked each of the 5 major refiners to participate in this hearing. Each of them refused. Our panel will be followed by a Q&A session with leadership on the Dais and then public comment. With that, let me hand it over to Vice Chair Gunda.
Thank you, Drew. Good morning, everybody. I want to begin by just thanking everyone for taking the time to be a part of this conversation today, and for many of you who have been providing information and being a part of this conversation over the last several months to help explain what's going on, but also help solve this particular predicament we find ourselves in. So I just want to set a stage on a couple points, reiterating what Drew put it really wonderfully here. So first thing, the kind of start with the objectives of what we're trying to do here today. That starts with some factual observations, right? So the factual observations from this summer and late summer is that we had prices of gasoline that are not okay for Californians. It hurts Californians, especially the vulnerable communities, incredibly. And that's an observation we had, and that needs to be addressed. That's number one. 2, as Drew mentioned, this problem is not just this summer. We observed a couple of these over the last few years, and we might observe this a lot more moving forward. And many of us are going to drive gasoline cars for a very long time, including myself, who drove in a gasoline car this morning. While I absolutely believe in the transition of decarbonization, we are on a path, and a number of us are going to continue to drive fossil-powered vehicles for a while. So that's 2. So we need to figure out how we solve this on the long term. So as we think through this, we need to think about what CEC's obligation as an agency is and what the obligation as commissioners is. The first obligation in terms of CEC, promote foundational awareness of what's going on in the energy sector in California. That's our main goal here, is to really explain to the public and the legislature where the energy system is, what trends we are observing, and what we expect to happen, and caution on ideas to move forward in a sustainable manner. So that's what we look at. How do you manage the transition in an equitable fashion? So when we think about that and then look at what, as commissioners, we are supposed to do, is to be advocates to promote awareness and transparency. So in order to solve any problem, we fundamentally have to have measurements of the problem. And that is what this proceeding is about, and the hearing is about today, is to improve the transparency of what's exactly happening. And once we understand that, collectively develop coordination and collaboration to help solve it as one big state team. It's hard to address the problem where we don't have information to really even understand what exactly is going on or have consensus on what the problem is. So as I'm looking forward to the staff presenting today, staff have a number of ideas on exactly what's happening. We know we'll hear from some thought leaders in the industry today as well as academia to really understand what the problem is. But I'm really hoping that we try to have a conversation with the center focus on Californians and making sure Californians are whole. Our job here is to take care of all Californians and make sure the transition into the decarbonized future happens in an equitable fashion, in a predictable fashion, in a way we can manage that nobody gets hurt. So I'm hoping that we can do that today in good faith. So looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gunda. Good morning, everyone. I'm David Hochschild, Chair of the Energy Commission. Welcome to all of you. Just building on those comments, I do want to point out that for low-income families in California, fuel cost is a much larger share of their annual income. And so when you see these sudden and unprecedented price spikes, it does hit low-income Californians the hardest, and we're very mindful of that. And I'm eager to get into remedies and solutions today on how we can mitigate this from happening again and better protect all Californians, especially low-income households. The two things that are unprecedented for me about today is that first, as Drew mentioned, we have never in history seen a gap this big between state and national gasoline prices, over $2.60 a gallon, and coming on very suddenly. And then secondly, that we're here today, but without the 5 refiners. I personally sent a letter of invitation to Marathon, to Valero, to Phillips 66, Chevron, and PBF. We have been in touch with them and have had conversations with them. They elected not to attend in person today. I do think that's unfortunate. I've told them so, and it's unprecedented. We've had hearings and workshops and commission meetings with every energy industry in the state, from natural gas to electric vehicles, energy storage, wind, solar. I've never had an industry not show up with their individual company representatives. I am glad Kathy Reed Boyce is here to join us from WISPA, and look forward to her comments and contributions to the discussion today. But I do want to note that the 5 refiners were invited and are not here joining us today. And again, thanks to all of you for being here, and looking forward to really a substantive discussion of the issues as we go forward. I'll pass it to my colleague, Commissioner Monahan.
Well, just building on the remarks of the chair and the vice chair, the goal of this hearing is simply to understand why Californians pay more for gasoline after you account for taxes and environmental programs. This is, as Vice Chair Gunda noted, an exciting moment in transportation in that we actually have an alternative to using gasoline and diesel. We have a thriving market for electric vehicles, and that market is unstoppable. It's a global market. This is happening. Investment is flowing from China to the EU to the U.S., and this is why we will see in the future, this and some of the regulatory programs we have for vehicles, why we will see a reduction in oil use and a true alternative to oil. But for those Californians that can't afford at this point or are unable to purchase an electric vehicle, and are driving a gasoline-powered vehicle, the fact that they're paying record prices, and especially low-income families are paying record prices, is unconscionable. And that's what we want to more deeply explore in this hearing. We're all, I think, disappointed that the 5 major oil refineries that produce 97% of California's gasoline and diesel didn't show up. That's profoundly disappointing. And it is great that Kathy Reheis-Boyd from WISPA is here today, but the lack of the refineries' participation in this discussion is really going to limit our ability to more deeply understand why Californians paid $2.61 more than other Americans. So I am looking forward to this being a substantive and productive conversation. Appreciate all the work that's gone into by our team on evaluating just where oil price, what we know about oil prices, what we can diagnose, and what we don't know, and also looking forward to learning more about what we're doing to evaluate, to do a study on what the implications of this transition will be in the oil sector and how we can make sure that we're protecting especially lower income families from these turbulent price spikes. So thanks again, everyone, for being here, and I think I'll just pass it to the senator.
Thank you. Senator Monique Limon, here on behalf of the California State Senate, and representing parts of our state that certainly have over 150 years of thinking about oil production and use as consumers in this state. And I think that I want to add just to what has been said in terms of the importance of having a conversation, and certainly as folks who care a lot about not just consumers, but the folks we represent. It's been stated, and it is a fact, that our low-income and working class folks who have to do the most commuting to get to jobs are feeling the impact of these gas prices in a way that others are not. And that is not lost on any legislator. And I think that I wanted to, from my perspective, and I think from the perspective of legislators, we're not just looking to have a conversation that doesn't include representing and being understanding of the fact that California has certain environmental goals and values that must align with the direction that we go. And so how we do that is difficult, but certainly it must be part of the conversation, that the direction that we go is reflective. To say that I'm disappointed that some of our biggest oil producers in the state are not here is probably an understatement, and simply because having folks at the table who care about the issue and who also want to be part of the solution is critical to how we move forward. So we look forward to having these conversations and are thankful for all of those who have been involved and who will be involved in presenting today, and continue to welcome a conversation where stakeholders are at the table to find solutions and understand how we move forward for the good of Californians.
Thank you, Senator. Before I pass it back to Heather for the rest of the process here, I just wanted to reiterate a couple of things that has been said on the dais. One is just the reality that low-income and vulnerable communities are going to be the most hurt with these prices, and two, the importance of transparency. And I really appreciate the senator saying the conversation, we can't let the conversation break down between people who actually have the knowledge to help understand the issue so we can address it. So it's unfortunate that we don't have all the people who have the knowledge here to help contribute to this discussion, but the people that we have today are experts, and I'm hoping that the conversation moves forward enough that we understand and begin to understand the problem here. And also to just close off, what Drew mentioned, there's also predicates. It's really important for us to think about the transition and importance of studying this transition carefully, given that the oil is going to be here for a while for a lot of us who will be driving, and given that we have a very unique market structure in California, it's extremely important for us to understand as the demand for gasoline goes down and diesel goes down, how is it going to affect our prices, and how do we mitigate those price spikes in the long term and address that. So thank you, Drew, for setting the stage on that one as well. So with that, I'll pass it back to Drew.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll go ahead we'll start with the first presentation this morning from Gordon Schremp, who is the Senior Fuel Specialist at the Energy Commission. Please go ahead, Gordon.
Thank you, Heather. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thanks.
All right. Some early slides, I'll be going pretty quickly. For background information, you have that. I won't dwell on it. It's really the latter stages of the presentation. They're focusing on the 2022 price spikes, plural, and looking at various factors that we think were contributing to that rapid increase. Next slide, please. These are what I'll be covering. Next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. So the crude oil in the refining is in three main places. Two largest, San Francisco Bay Area and Los Angeles Basin, with another important refinery in Bakersfield, California. That's really where most of our fuel comes from. Next slide. And crude oil, as you can see by the green shaded area on the bottom, that California source has been steadily declining since the mid 80s, and that is anticipated to continue slowly going down. The consequence is refiners need replacement crude oil, and that replacement is coming increasingly from foreign sources, and especially as Alaska sources have gone down. The important point here is those other two categories, foreign and Alaska, are almost always more expensive than domestic crude oil prices. And that will play into one of the factors of why California prices are higher than US average. Next slide, please. So the production, as I mentioned, most does come from the California refiners. Almost 90% of what they produce, and this is from 2021 data, stays here. We use it. Consumers, businesses, and about a little over 10% is exported. Most of that is exported via pipelines to Nevada and to Arizona, and the remainder is exported by marine tankers to destinations such as Western Mexico and Central America, almost exclusively. Next slide, please. We do depend on imports, especially when there's significant unplanned outages in California, but there are some routine imports that do come in from the Pacific Northwest and Northern California. But those really, on average, are about 10% at most of our supply. And imports are of two flavors: gasoline blending components, or the ingredients used to make finished gasoline, as well as gasoline that meets California specification, or is close enough once blended with ethanol. Next slide, please. So gasoline demand has been declining since 2017, as was mentioned earlier. The primary reason has been a continued uptake of electric vehicles or zero emission vehicles in the light duty fleet. And this is anticipated to continue. We'll hear about that later. And we expect gasoline demand will not go back to its peak in 2017, but will continue to decline. What's interesting here is certainly in 2020, when there's a large drop off, but we're all well aware of a global pandemic. People unfortunately lost their jobs, and remote working became something that was much more the norm than an exception. So all of these factors combined really reduced demand in 2020 significantly. It's come back in 2021. And in 2022, we're forecasting that gasoline demand by the end of the year will be a little bit less than it was last year. And it's about 13.5 billion gallons, or about 2.5% lower than 2021, but a full 12% lower than 2019 pre-pandemic. So once again, this is electric vehicles. This is also remote working that's continuing, and that's expected to decline. And as Executive Director Bowen mentioned, further consolidation of refining capacity in California is likely as you go further into the future, and that's part of the the transition study. So next slide, please. One more. Thank you. So do we have a rather unique market? Yes, and that's due to its isolation, and not normally an issue because, as you saw earlier, we're self-sufficient. We produce pretty much everything we need and consume it here locally. However, when there's a significant unplanned outage, additional supply needs to come from somewhere. And the pipelines going to Nevada and Arizona are one way, and neither of those states have refineries. So there's no pipeline connecting Texas to California. And really, there's limited capacity of the Pacific Northwest refiners to ship additional volume other than what they're sending down to California in response to a price spike. So that means next closest source, foreign refiners, usually places like Japan, South Korea, India, other Southeast locations, and it's on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. So there's time, usually 3 weeks, sometimes 4 weeks for the imports start to arrive. And it's that time to get the imports here where wholesale prices continue to rise and then start to fall once the imports begin to arrive. Next slide, please. So there are three distinct markets, I would say, in the Western states. You have the Pacific Northwest that primarily is Washington, Oregon, and then you have Northern California, the greater San Francisco Bay Area into Western Nevada, and Southern California, which is a regional market, actually. Arizona, about half their gasoline comes from Southern California refiners, and Southern Nevada. Most of the population in the Vegas area, Clark County, and 85% of the gasoline consumed there does originate in Southern California. Next slide. Now to compare and contrast, let's look at two other major gasoline markets in the United States or regions. The Gulf Coast, as was mentioned earlier, most of the refining capacity in the United States is there. However, about 2/3 of the gasoline produced in the Gulf Coast is exported. It leaves the region. Upper Midwest, all the way down to Florida and all the way up to the the Northeast United States via pipeline. And Florida is supplied primarily via marine vessels, a lot of out of the Gulf Coast and out of Europe. So they are a large net exporting region. The Northeast is a large net importing region. And so they get a lot of gasoline from across the Atlantic and via the pipeline. So when there are significant unplanned outages in both of these locations, we don't really see a price spike of the magnitude in California, nor the duration. On top of that, price spikes in those two regions are far less frequent because in the Gulf Coast, a refinery goes down, plenty of refining capacity available for local supplies. So the markets are markedly different than California's isolated nature in the Pacific Northwest. Next slide, please. And one more. So are California gasoline prices more expensive than the US average? Absolutely. We all know that all too well, and it does have a great impact on consumers, especially of lower socioeconomic status. So here is a laundry list of reasons that we've looked at before. We've examined them in previous price spike studies, but we do track them, but they do contribute to a higher ongoing cost of California gasoline at the retail level. So I'll break this down in a little bit, but it's tax burden, higher gasoline production cost, environmental programs or the low carbon fuel standard, and cap and trade as applied to gasoline. And then price spikes in our isolated markets that you then average out over the entire year. More expensive crude oil I mentioned earlier, and then increasing margins for more expensive gasoline, like the Chevrons, Union 76s, and Shells of the world in California. Next slide. So how does that translate when you compare California's average to the US? As you see in this jagged red line, which are daily prices, you'll see the averages are the horizontal black lines, and the table in the upper left shows how that has almost steadily been rising over time to already be over $1.50 a gallon so far this year. But even the previous year was well over $1 a gallon at that point. So what are some of the reasons? Now, I'll point out that this data was constructed using AAA information. Everyone really knows about that. They go and they look at that data every day. It's available every day. So it's well quoted, well used. However, there's another source of retail pricing information for California and the US, and that's the Energy Information Administration, or EIA. And that's what we use when we do our weekly margin calculations for refiners and retailers. Next slide, please. So 2 different retail gasoline pricing sources. So we compare them side by side. Is there a difference? Well, if you're looking at the US prices, apparently not really, less than 3 cents a gallon in any particular year. And more recently, a penny and a half. So really no difference between if you wants to use an EIA source of information or another. Next slide, please. Now you see the difference between EIA and AAA when looking at California average retail prices. So something has happened since 2017, where now the difference between these 2 information sources is meaningful and continuing to increase. The AAA prices are showing consistently higher than than EIA prices. Now, we understand that EIA does a survey of retail participants in California, and they are also doing volume weighting of that data, meaning a hypermart location that sells 10, 14 times the amount of gallons as a very busy traditional gasoline station with a much lower price gets a significant weighting. And so that is showing what we think is a more accurate cost to customers in total in California than the AAA version of just taking an arithmetic average of everybody's price. So you go, well, what's the big deal here? Well, the big deal is if you're looking at AAA pricing and looking at the difference and then doing analysis to explain why the difference is so high, you have more explaining to do. And part of that could be because of the 2 different information sources. So next slide, please. So we break down those other factors I mentioned on an earlier slide, and we quantify them. So the bottom of is the cost to make California's reformulated gasoline. We use 10 cents in this analysis. The range is from 10 to 15. And then you see examples of the environmental programs. So let's go with taxes first. Our tax burden is greater than the US average, but hasn't fluctuated that much over the last couple of years. However, with the 2 environmental programs you're seeing in the green, that actually has gotten bigger. It wasn't that big in 2014, but now is a more prevalent component into gasoline pricing. The blue is a representation of what's the impact of significant unplanned outages. And so 2014 is considered a normal refinery operation year. And so we're looking at how refinery wholesale prices are impacted compared to that year and what that difference is. So that's why you see blue, and certainly 2019, very high, and much higher year to date this year. And then we have more expensive crude oil that does add upwards of 11 cents a gallon, depending on the year. And then it's the other factors. So what other reasons for the difference? And one of them not listed here is more expensive retail brands for the premium gasoline station, the more marquee ones. And that has become more meaningful post 2015, upwards of 30 cents a gallon differences. So half the gallons, 30 cents higher, that contributes another 10 to 15 cents to California gasoline retail prices compared to the US average. So when you take that into consideration, most of these years, the quantification of the various factors do explain most of the difference until right now this year. And we haven't looked at the retail differences so far, and we will be looking at that to see if that changed, that amount. Next slide, please. So the only difference here, as I mentioned, using a different retail price source that is getting increasingly higher than EIAs. And so as a consequence, none of the other factors change. Those quantifications are still the same, but the remaining portion to be explained is now larger. So next slide, please. So let's talk about what really we're all here for, gasoline price spikes. So I've covered these. There are various reasons crude oil gets pushed up and then isolated market reasons. Next slide, please. All right, we'll spend just a couple minutes on this. You see three ovals, the far left, the center, and then in the far right, a purple oval. These are three distinct price spikes that occurred in California and other states. So this is not just a California phenomenon. But what's interesting to note, in the first two price spikes, primarily crude oil driven across the board. You see on the bottom, those blues, the blue area charts going up rather quickly. And then again in the around June, late May, those pushed up everyone's prices. And oh, by the way, yes, California did set a record high price in June 14, as Executive Director Bowen mentioned, 2 cents higher than the peak in October. And that was crude oil driven. But guess what? Everyone else's prices went to record highs. And I mean everyone. All 50 states and the District of Columbia all registered all-time record high gasoline prices. And that was in between June 9 and July 1, 50 states in the District of Columbia all had a record high. And on July 9th, 8 days later, Hawaii was the last one to set their record during this period of time. So high crude oil prices affect everybody. And we all saw a record price spike as a consequence of that. But then fast forward, go to the right, crude oil prices did decline, and they kept declining. And then yet a very significant price spike through September, early October. And so you go, well, not crude oil driven. All right, well, did everyone else see a price spike? And the answer is, well, not really, not to that extent, with the only exceptions being 3 states. That would be the green line, Washington. You see the blue line, Nevada, and then Oregon, the magenta line. They too spiked back up very rapidly into a high level, almost as high as their record, just like California. Whereas a place like Arizona, somewhat of a meaningful price spike, but not nearly where it was in the middle of summer, as you go back on that red line. And certainly US prices in Texas, nowhere near, far, far below, because crude oil prices were below. So what is going on in the West Coast states? And so let's look at some of those factors that we normally examine to see if there are anything that maybe contributed to a tightened market and higher prices. Next slide, please. So here we have a dated material because we kind of look at this every day. So let's give some good news, shall we? Retail prices have continued to decline. And oh, by the way, dropped below $5 a gallon this morning when AAA's information came out. So good news. And they're actually down, an update to the slide, 21 cents a gallon over the last week and almost 60 cents a gallon over the last month. So good news continues, and we expect these retail price declines to keep going down because wholesale prices have dropped so significantly. So next slide. So this is showing crude oil on the bottom, but the dotted line is that difference between California and the US. And we'll see that, yes, that spiked up initially in the Ukraine invasion by Russia, started to drift down and spiked up again in September and October when we almost reset our record gasoline price. So the good news here also continues as that does continue to decline. When we created this chart, it was over $1.50. So now it's actually $1.47, not back to $1.22 pre-Ukrainian invasion, but it does continue to drop because California retail prices are declining at a faster rate than that of the United States. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this slide is to introduce 2 different types of wholesale prices. So in California, we have the dark boxes on the sort of the bottom jagged one. Those are refinery wholesale prices or spot pipeline prices for Los Angeles Basin. The red line is distribution terminal wholesale prices, where the tanker truck is loaded before it goes to the gas station. So you can see there is a strong relationship between refinery wholesale price and distribution terminal wholesale price. Refinery wholesale prices jump up, pushes up the distribution wholesale prices, and does what? Pushes up retail. And unfortunately, those wholesale prices fortunately, they do decline rapidly from some significant price spiking, but retail lags. Up like a rocket, down like a feather. We have some panel members who will talk about that in the afternoon as to why. However, what's important takeaway from this slide is note how rapidly those two wholesale prices drop. And why is that? Well, Governor Newsom's direction to move to our winter recipe gasoline a month early was meaningful, because refiners can produce more gasoline and they use some additional components that are less expensive. So as a consequence of that move, right at the end of September, and when business opened on Monday and Tuesday of the following week, you saw wholesale prices decline at the refinery level by a record over $1.30, an all-time record drop in one day. And the very next day, what happened? Distribution terminal retail gasoline prices declined almost 99 cents a gallon. So that was driven by the early move to winter gasoline. And that is what precipitated the beginning of a decline in gasoline prices in California and a narrowing of the gap between the California price and the US average. Next slide, please. So here is breaking down the cost. This is not the difference between California and the US, but it's taking the cost of a gallon of gasoline and breaking it into the various components. And clearly, crude oil is the biggest piece. That's the biggest cost component to making gasoline and any other transportation fuel. But you see the orange or gold color in the middle, that's our refinery cost and profit. And then at the very top is distribution cost, marketing cost and profits. That's the retail margin. So the gold color is the refiner margin and the brown color is the retail margin. The other pieces in there, taxes, environmental programs, as was mentioned at the outset of this hearing, didn't really change during this period, end of August to present. And so what you do see is the profit center will change. So yes, 64 cents a gallon refiner margin at the end of August became almost $2.50. Did their gasoline production costs go up that much? Likely not. And so a lot of that is incremental profit at the refinery level. But then again, take a look at the retail margins, how low they got as the price spike goes up. Wholesale prices push up very rapidly and retailers try to hold down their street price as long as they can. Their margin gets squeezed. But then when wholesale prices drop, retailers see bigger margins. And so one can also say that they too were experiencing incremental profit at the retail level. So there are two profit centers, refining level and then the retail level. So as a note for an update, the most recent update through the 21st of November, you see that profit is shifting again. So when I did that the other day, it's now $1.29 at the retail level, the top piece, and the bottom piece is down to 46 cents a gallon. So which is lower than on the end of August. So the point is that this shifts from one week to the next based on what wholesale and retail prices are going, but there are two profit centers. Next slide, please. So let's look at some of the other factors that contribute to the price spike. So crude oil, won't belabor this. It's a global commodity. It pushes up everybody's prices, as you saw when everyone set a record price in the summer of this year in every single state and District of Columbia. That's driven by other factors, supply demand globally, geopolitical, and then things like the invasion of Ukraine. Next slide, please. Wholesale prices, usually there are local occurrence, local market changes of condition, unplanned outages, a new regulation goes into effect, loss of refining capacity. These happen in these various regional markets and can significantly affect wholesale prices at times. Next slide, please. So we'll look at some of those in a little bit greater detail. So this is refining capacity. So refining capacity has declined in the United States and in California. And these are business decisions by companies to consolidate refining as gasoline demand was declining. Certainly in response to the global pandemic when gasoline demand fell precipitously in 2020. So as you see, that was really the straw that broke the camel's back with Marathon's decision, their business decision to shut down the Golden Eagle Refinery in Martinez, and then one of their refineries in New Mexico. So that consolidated refining capacity in California, maybe another way to look at that is kind of like electricity production capability. The gasoline production capability in California was degraded about 9%. In 2020, didn't matter because gasoline demand was so far down compared to the previous year. But now that's the backdrop. That refining capacity to produce gasoline is no longer available. Next slide. Maintenance occurs usually for, mostly for safety reasons. It's periodic, so sometimes it's very large. But the consequence is when a refiner is working on various process units, that process unit doesn't produce anything, including the gasoline molecules that come out versus the diesel, the jet fuel molecules. So that's a reduction in output that can occur. And so that is something that does affect availability of gasoline and can put upward pressure on prices. You have a lot of maintenance going on or very little at any particular moment in time. Now, it's important to note that the refiners are not required to report this information to us with our current set of regulatory authority. So we don't consistently get a heads up when maintenance is going to occur, nor do we see a good, consistent quantification of the impacts of maintenance, whether it's planned or unplanned, to be able to do historical analysis of potential consequence for consumers. Next slide, please. One more slide. Thank you. So was there maintenance going on during that third big price spike in California? Absolutely. It was about altogether about a 6% reduction in gasoline production capability. And as Executive Director Bowen mentioned, yeah, that's not, we've seen larger instances of that. And so, that shouldn't be like your sole smoking gun as to why prices went up 85 cents a gallon. And to compare and contrast in 2019, about this same time, September and into October, there too, there was refinery maintenance and loss of gas in production capability, but it was greater. It was 9% at that time. And the price increase was only 47 cents a gallon, or nearly just a little bit more than half. So you go, well, if this was only 6%, why did it go up like double 2019? Well, two important change of conditions, if you will. One, in 2019, the Marathon Refinery in Martinez was operating just fine in producing gasoline, and not so in 2022, not available and not part of the supply mix. And then another important factor is when those outages were occurring in 2019, inventory levels of gasoline were middle of the road, normal. So meaning plenty of supply available for those that needed it, other refiners. In this year, far below normal, which I'll show you in just a minute. And so, so those are two very important reasons as to why less volume being affected in 2022 begat a greater increase in wholesale and retail prices. Next slide, please. Just an example of most of the largest single week increase in retail prices are refinery outage related. There are some exceptions, and this is over the last 23 years. So it's usually a refinery, and the outage can even be in the Pacific Northwest that in affect West Coast prices, including California. Next slide, please. So let's look at production during a third price spike period. And so gasoline production was actually low and below the bottom of the 5-year historical range, all the way leading up to the price spike. So I would look at that and say, well, production was lower than, not only lower than normal, it was much lower than normal. And, you know, a bit of a contributing factor to the rise. And then you note production increased to the middle of the road. And that's as production was rising, prices were falling. So that was a factor that contributed to a decline in wholesale retail prices. Yes.
This is Heather. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a tight schedule, and we're if you could conclude your remarks, that would be great.
Yeah, just two more slides, Heather. So next slide.
Thank you.
Inventory levels, as I mentioned, much lower than normal and a contributing factor. Next slide. So too in the United States, in fact, inventory levels are more than 10 years lower over the last decade low. Next slide. Oh, sorry, I think you went the wrong way. We should be on slide 39. Oh, back one more, sorry. 38. So imports did drop off and almost disappear during the lead up to our price spike. So that was a contributing factor. Next slide. It's just showing the wholesale prices at refinery levels are a arbitrage signal for imports to be sent. And there's a lag time of 3 weeks. So the prices are shifted to the left. And you see at the end of August, or middle of August, price signal went up, imports did not arrive. So that was a contributing factor to a tighter market than normal. Next slide. And some of that reason could be shipping availability, higher cost. We don't know, we don't collect this data, don't have access to it, but others that are speaking there can lend some insight to this. Next slide. Exports of gasoline did not increase. So we weren't shorted gasoline in our local market. So that doesn't seem to be a contributing factor. And I think, two more slides. One more, please. My final one, this is just a table listing the factors. Those on the right were factors that brought downward pressure on prices earlier. The marine imports of the first two price spikes, and then the winter transitions you saw. And then on the far left, you see these are factors that we analyzed that we think were contributing to the rapid price increase in October. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gordon. I did have one question for you. You know, one of the things that has exerted a downward force on prices is the President's decision to use the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And I wonder if you could just briefly give us an update on the state of play with that, and also at what point, you know, given the downward trend with prices now, that reserve will be replenished and available for future use. Any insights on that would be welcome. Thank you.
So the Strategic Petroleum Reserve holds crude oil, primarily in Texas and Louisiana. And yes, the president's decision or directive to release oil from the reserve had what I would conclude to be a calming impact on global crude oil markets. At the time, crude oil prices were escalating rapidly because of the invasion of Ukraine, and the cutoff of Russia crude oil was anticipated 10 million barrels per day. So global inventories of crude oil were already low, and the fear was it was going to get much worse, and crude oil prices could escalate upwards of $200 a barrel. So the release of crude oil from the reserve didn't really help that much with gasoline prices in driving them down at that point, but it kept a lid on further increase in global crude oil prices that do push up everyone's gasoline prices, including California. So I think to your question, it stabilized global crude oil prices, and the continued release has had that calming influence. It's down to its lowest level since 1984. To your point, it will need to be replenished. And so that's likely to occur, going into next year sometime, seeing where crude oil prices are. But OPEC and Russia, they're kind of controlling the ball if they decide to ratchet back output anymore. But so you're right, to be able to use this tool again to help calm global crude oil markets, they will have to refill it, and that has not been scheduled yet.
Thank you, Gordon. Senator Limon?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation information. In 2019, the CEC did a study showing that name brand gas stations were making up their gas on average 30 cents more a gallon. With the spikes in prices over the summer and in early October, are we seeing the same 30-cent markup by the name brand gas stations? Have there been any changes since then?
Unfortunately, I was not able to look at that, right before my presentation. But let's get back to you on that, and see if they have in fact changed from that 30 cents a gallon difference.
Great, thank you. And along that line of the study and needing information, what information would be helpful to know about planned maintenance at refineries? Specifically, I'm looking for what information would be needed so that can be impactful to the CEC's analysis.
I think there's two areas of refinery maintenance that would be important that we don't have the authority to collect. One is, what is the upcoming schedule of the maintenance? What process units are involved? And that's sort of foundational information. And then subject to change when refiners do move planned maintenance, we would like to know about that in advance. And then the other important element is, when you are undergoing planned maintenance or unplanned outages, how much less output did you have from those process units of gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel? And so that would be a structured way of having them report that after the fact, so that we could properly quantify and analyze that information as towards its impact on gasoline prices. So those are the two broad areas that we currently don't have the authority to collect that information.
Commissioner Monahan, please go ahead.
Gordon, thanks very much for that presentation. Always informative to hear you speak. I'm wondering if you can walk us through the planned versus unplanned refinery outages that occurred.
I think for this public proceeding, the 4 outages that were underway then were planned. 2 of them, from our understanding, were delayed maintenance, or I would say deferred maintenance. So the refiners in question were going to do planned maintenance in April, and the Ukrainian invasion, was underway. Price spike has occurred, and so they elected to continue operating safely, defer that maintenance, and that maintenance was deferred until going into August and September, and then transitioned all the way into October. So that had an effect of the maintenance had to occur sometime, and that's when it did. And so we can't control those schedules when they do that. And further, it's our understanding that one of the maintenance activities involving a refiner was longer than anticipated, about 9 days. So that was also contributing to not enough gasoline getting back at the market when they initially anticipated.
And do you have information about why gasoline storage has been going down with time?
I think in the decline in inventories of this year you saw in the United States, I think part of that has to do with the loss of refining capacity in the United States and in California. And then demand was improving in the spring until the price spike started to have an impact on consumers' ability to continue buying the same amount of gasoline. So part of that reason it was declining was refiners weren't just making enough to meet ongoing demand and had to draw from their own inventory levels. And there may have been another contributing factor of foreign imports of gasoline were not as available as, say, the previous year, but we just don't have really good insight into shipping rate information and refinery operations overseas to be able to intelligently comment on that.
And then just one last question. If you could describe the components of refinery issues and sort of what we know and don't know in terms of breaking down those.
I'm not sure what you mean by components of refinery issues.
Yeah, you had on the slide that had the different costs of,
okay.
Embedded in gasoline. There was one bar was refinery issues.
Yeah, so how that was calculated is, as I mentioned back then, 2014 we look at it as a normal refinery operations year, nothing really of any significance. And so we looked at what the refinery wholesale price differences or premium to the futures contract on the NYMEX, the New York Mercantile Exchange. And then so in future years, we say, was the difference the same as 2014? Was it less? Was it more? And so if it was more, that incremental amount averaged out over the entire year was deemed, to be part of refinery maintenance, both planned and unplanned. So that is the methodology we used. If there's another type of methodology to kind of quantify impacts of planned and unplanned maintenance, we're interested in hearing about that, especially from the panel members this afternoon.
Gordon, just so I understand though, isn't profit also embedded in that?
I think profit is, or I would put it this way, incremental profit is a consequence of what's going on in the marketplace, and is there in fact a rapid escalation in wholesale prices. So clearly that's what happened in 2022. And when crude oil is not involved in that rise, then most of that rise is incremental profits because refiners are realizing that when it does occur. And then with regard to, say, significant unplanned outages, if you're the refiner who had the significant unplanned outage, you are entering into the marketplace to purchase replacement barrels to continue to meet your contractual obligations. However, the other refiners, they didn't have a problem. And then wholesale prices rose, and that's the new market clearing price. And so they were realizing incremental profits in that kind of circumstance. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Monahan. I know that we have a short window here for questions, so I want to see if Commissioner McAllister or Commissioner Vaquero has questions. So, Commissioner McAllister?
Yeah, I do have a question. So, thank you so much, Gordon. Again, always wonderful to hear you talk, and just the subtleness of your knowledge is great. And just amazing that we had on the refining level, on the refining side, we had like $1, up over $1.10 over 2 weeks, that increase, and then at sort of overlapping with that on the tail end, that week of October 10 to 17, we had retail go up by about $1. So that's just it seems pretty unprecedented to have both of those things happening at once, and I'm glad we're digging into this. So building on some comments that Senator Limon made, and just now Commissioner Monahan was beginning to get at. I guess I want to just ask if what do we know about the market structure of the refiners that might sort of open the door for gaming, whether formally or not. I think we'll probably talk about that eventually, but sort of unplanned, sort of using this sort of vague definition of unplanned to manage refinery capacity in a way that does open the door for this sort of managing, as you just said, sort of the clearing price of refined products. And are there data needs about the market structure and sort of the ownership structures of the refiners themselves that we might not be collecting that we ought to be collecting, that would give us some visibility into behavior?
I think there's two areas, Commissioner McAllister. So one would be one of the slides I showed where refinery wholesale prices spike significantly, and then all distribution terminal wholesale prices spike along with that, and then retail is pushed up. So it goes back to, well, why did the refinery wholesale prices spike that much and push all the other prices up? And that comes down to what primarily moves refinery wholesale prices, and that are transactions in the spot pipeline market. These are very large volumes, 25,000 barrels, not 10,000 gallons like in a tanker truck at distribution terminals. So it's really who is doing the buying and selling. And so, for example, we know refiners and trading companies are the two primary buyers and sellers during spot pipeline transactions. We don't see that data. So if in fact a refiner had an unplanned outage and then they were seen to be purchasing from other market participants additional volumes to continue to meet their obligations, you would look at that and go, oh, well, that kind of makes sense. And if the price happened to be high at the time and they were reaching out into a marketplace that had low inventories, they weren't in a good position to command, a cheaper price, they're going to pay a higher price. But that kind of makes sense, but we have no context to see who are the party and counterparties to these kinds of spot pipeline transactions. So that would be, I think, very insightful to mate with refinery maintenance and outage information and inventory information. The other area, I think we already talked about the maintenance, but inventory levels. So there are two types of inventory, gasoline inventory holders, if you will. Refiners and then traders. And so in some in a lot of storage locations operated by third parties, they don't have contractual obligations like a Kinder Morgan. They just provide storage opportunities. However, in those storage locations are a mixture of refiners and traders holding gasoline inventories. Why we would care between the two? Refiners have the supply obligation, traders do not. And so we look at volumes of gasoline held by traders as strategic inventory of gasoline available when a price spike were to occur. They sell into that or sell to refiner. But we have no insight, Commissioner, on what those relative volumes are because we don't receive that information of who is storing what where. We just know what the total volume is, at the end of a particular week or end of a particular month at that location. So once again, that's another example where we would have deeper insight into, oh, there's lots of gasoline currently available held by traders or not very much.
Thank you, Commissioner McAllister. I know we have to move on to the next item here. So just Gordon, thank you so much for that presentation. Extremely insightful, especially for a public record, from a process standpoint and improving transparency, and also your work over the last several months serving as a subject matter expert for all of us, helping understand the issue and moving forward. So thank you. With that, I'll move to the next panel. Heather?
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair. So we'll move on to the second topic, which is the Fuels Transition Study. And we have two speakers today from the Energy Commission, Quentin G., who's the Acting Branch Manager for Fuels at the Energy Commission, and Isbrand Vanderwerf, who is a Fuels Price Specialist. So go ahead, Isbrand.
Thank you, Heather.
Quentin, yeah, go ahead. Thanks.
Gordon gave us a good overview of the situation, and I'm going to be talking a bit more in depth about some of the factors behind the record high prices we've seen in 2022. Next slide, please. The graph on the left shows California gasoline prices and US average gasoline prices. At the right edge of the graph, we see the high gasoline prices in 2022. Those are well over $6. Now the area between the two lines, the difference in the prices, that's shaded blue. That is the California premium for gasoline. Now the graph on the right shows only the California premium. It is volatile, but it has no trend until 2015, when it does begin to trend upward. And again, we see a record high in October 2022. The California premium is almost $2. Next slide, please. Now, this graph shows us the California premium as the black line. 3 episodes of refinery outages are in the vertical bars. Those are in 2015, 2019, and 2022. The 4 colored bands across the bottom show the most obvious factors contributing to high California prices: higher cost of crude oil, LCFS credits, the carbon tax, and the tax hike of November 2017. The olive green band labeled CAF gasoline price, that's just carbon allowance futures. The carbon price, it has a variety of different names as it's applied to 1 gallon of gasoline. Now, if we subtract the values of the colored bands from the California premium.
I'm sorry, can you hold for 1 second, because it looks like we're not getting the slides to match your presentation? Heather, is there somebody?
Yeah, we're, sorry, it'll be back in just a moment, please.
Heather, can we also make sure the volume is a little higher?
Okay, sure.
Okay, there we go. I'll start again with this slide here. This shows the California premium as the black line, and 3 episodes of refinery outages are in the vertical bars. Those are in 2015, 2019, and 2022. 4 colored bands across the bottom show the most obvious factors contributing to high California prices: the higher cost of crude oil, LCF credits, the carbon tax, and the tax hike of November 2017. Now, the olive green band there labeled CAF gasoline price, that's the carbon allowance futures, or carbon price. It has a variety of names, and this is the cost as it's applied to 1 gallon of gasoline. Now, if we subtract the values of the colored bands from the California premium, we get the graph on slide 4. Next. Now, what remains of the California premium, it's the black line here. So it's net of those 4 factors we subtracted out from the previous graph. It tends to be fairly level, except during refinery outages. There's a clear contrast between outages and normal conditions starting in 2015. Prior to that, it does look like there are some price spikes, and some of those are also due to refinery outages. For instance, the long unplanned outage at Chevron's Richmond refinery from August 2012 through the end of May 2013. You can see some spikes, quite a few spikes down in 2012. None of those have as much impact on the market as the later outages in the colored bars. Now, we still see a rising trend in the California premium, but that trend doesn't really begin until after 2020. And the California premium still reaches record highs in October 2022. Next. So let's take a look at what might be behind this rising trend. And in this graph, we see consumption and in-state production during an average week since 2010. Generally, these were fairly close through 2018. Consumption is in red, production is in blue. And after 2018, the successive effects of the 2019 outages, COVID, and the closure of Marathon's Martinez refinery have combined to keep production below consumption. Now, at the bottom of the graph, we see a purple line which represents marine or tanker imports. In general, these are quite small, very close to zero, except during refinery outages. We see increases in 2015 and again in 2019 for such outages. And in 2021 and 2022, marine imports are at their highest levels since 2007. So now, putting this together with the preceding graphs, we see that if gasoline consumption gets far above production, imports arrive to make up the difference and the price of gasoline rises. Next. Now, this graph shows us California gasoline production over the course of the year for the, so this is a 12-month graph here with different lines for different years. We have the 3 post-COVID years of 2020 in green, 2021 in orange, and 2022 in red. The thick black line is the average of the 5 pre-COVID years of 2015 to 2019. Now, 2022 production is red. It's clearly lower than 2021, the orange line, except in January. And that stays low, it doesn't recover until October. So throughout most of this year, refinery production has been low. Next. Now this graph is similar to its predecessor, except that it shows gasoline storage or inventories. 2022 levels are similar to the other years until July, when they declined by 2 million barrels through August. That's indicated in the purple oval. This leaves inventories at historic lows. In the previous slide, we saw that production began a gradual increase in early September, but as we see here, stocks did not follow suit until October and did not regain the 5-year average until the end of the month. And I should point out here that 2 million barrels, that's roughly equal to refinery output in California for 2 days. California refineries produce about 1 million barrels a day, and consumption is about 1 million barrels a day, just to give some context to the sizes we're talking about here. So the inventories are never more than about 2 weeks of consumption if all the refineries closed. Next slide. Now, my colleague Gordon Schremp, he looked at import data for the West Coast, but import data for California in September and October is not yet available. That's what I want to focus on. Nevertheless, we can learn something by looking at imports during the Torrance outage, the outage at the Torrance refinery, which was then owned by ExxonMobil. It's currently owned by PBF. That was out for most of 2015 and part of 2016. Now, this graph shows the timing of the outage in the light blue background, beginning in February 2015, the impact of the outage on marine imports, that's in green, and the California premium in orange. Now, both of those rose during the initial months of the outage. But if you look at July, we see, well, something different happens. And in July, a restart of the refinery was attempted. And in anticipation of that restart, assuming it would be successful, imports fell. And as a result of the decline in imports, the California premium spiked. It made a third spike we can see there in the graph. The orange line spikes in July again, and it gets close to $1. So that increases the California premium, just the reduction of imports. Now, after the restart failed, imports more than regained their July losses, and prices began to decline and never regained the July high. Now, this points out that imports can be unreliable even if there is a clear demand for them. And part of that is due to voyage duration. If voyage duration exceeds expected outage duration, imports are less likely, because if that happens, then the importer will be unable to recoup the costs of the gasoline they're sending to California. So this episode tells us that if there is an outage, maintaining the flow of imports is key to preventing price spikes. And toward that end, in this sort of situation, the guarantee of a minimum price to the importer might be helpful in preventing price spikes. Perhaps it could be linked to the price of California gasoline when the tanker begins its voyage. Next. Now in this graph, we see marine trade, imports and exports of gasoline, both before and after COVID. On the left, we see Northern California with Southern California on the right. Up north, exports in orange declined after COVID, while imports in blue rose. Down south, imports also rose, but here there were and are no exports to speak of. Now that behavior, that pattern is consistent with what we would expect to see following the closure of a major refinery such as Marathon Martinez. Next. Now here's something a little different. It's a map of gasoline pipelines in Utah, Nevada, Arizona, and California. Although not widely known, California does export over 100,000 barrels of gasoline per day to Nevada and Arizona by pipeline. That's about 10% of California consumption, and that is a 23% increase over pre-COVID levels. Now, the green arrows show pipeline flows that will or could increase in the future, and the red arrows show flows from California that could decrease in response. The blue arrow shows California exports that are not expected to change. Now, there is good reason to expect that these pipeline exports may start to decline soon. First, gasoline prices on the US Gulf Coast are much lower than in the Rocky Mountain states. And Enterprise Partners, a pipeline company, is in the process of expanding a pipeline system from Houston to Denver. That would allow inexpensive Gulf Coast gasoline to access the Denver market. As my colleague Gordon Schremp mentioned, 2/3 of Gulf Coast gasoline production is exported out of the area, and this would be part of that. Now, increase in gasoline supply to the Denver market would displace gasoline from Denver, which would have to find a home in Salt Lake City. That's the first green arrow. And in turn, Salt Lake City would be oversupplied with gasoline, and the excess would be available to flow to Las Vegas. That's the second green arrow. Finally, this would displace California exports to Las Vegas, and that's the red arrow. There are at least 2 other such projects under consideration, another to Denver and a second from Houston to El Paso. The latter could enable more Texas gasoline to flow to Phoenix and displace California exports. Those are the dashed arrows. Next, please. So, from what we've seen in these previous slides, California today seems like a good market for gasoline producers. We've got high prices, imports that are increasing in volume, but they are slow to respond to market conditions. And we also have episodes of low inventories. Now, in part, that's because one refinery has already closed. But that does lead one to wonder why, under these seemingly good conditions, why is another refinery already planning to close so soon? The Phillips 66 Rodeo refinery is planning to be shut down in 2024. Now we have a general notion that this is because the state is starting to move away from petroleum-based fuels. But why are these closures now happening so suddenly? And a large part of the answer has to do with the fact that gasoline is not the only refined product. Gasoline is 60% of refinery output. This is in California. These are average values over the years for an average refinery. So gasoline is 60%, diesel is 20%, jet fuel and other products combine the remaining 20%. Now, the California diesel market is more challenging for refiners. So let's take a brief look at that. And next slide, please. Okay, so this graph for diesel, it's similar to slide 3, which was for gasoline. The black line is the California diesel premium as opposed to the California gasoline premium we saw in slide 3. Beginning in November 2017, this premium is rarely high enough to cover the additional costs shown in the same colored bands. Once again, the olive green band labeled CAF is the carbon price. Now, the tax increase in 2017, you can see that's a very abrupt increase. It was much larger for diesel than for gasoline. And if we subtract the values of the colored bands from the California diesel premium, we get the graph on slide 13. Next, please. Well, here we are at slide 13. It's very similar to slide 4, but again, this shows diesel when slide 4 showed gasoline. And after subtracting the colored bands, we get a sort of the net California premium. And two things are worth noting, two things after November 2017 worth noting are: one, the California premium isn't much of a premium at all. In fact, it's usually negative, meaning that California diesel prices do not fully reflect the higher costs of selling diesel in California. Second, the refinery outages have little impact on the price of diesel. So the diesel market is behaving very differently. So let's look at the next slide, please. And here we see an important reason for that. This shows the consumption of renewable diesel, and it has increased greatly since 2011. It remained close to zero until mid-2013 and began a gradual increase after that. And the pace seems to have increased beginning in late 2020. Currently, renewable diesel accounts for 37% of all diesel consumption in California. So that 37%, that in years past, that would have been petroleum-based diesel produced in a standard crude oil refinery. Well, it no longer is. It's renewable diesel. So why is there so much renewable diesel in the state? But before we get to that, I really need to point out the remarkable fact that there is no data available on in-state renewable diesel production. Now, right now, most of it is imports, but that should be changing shortly. I mean, there already is growing renewable diesel production, but we just don't have data on it. Next slide. So for 2020 to 2022, this graph shows the three principal subsidies for renewable diesel. The LCFS credit, which we've all heard about, we've all heard a lot about that. It also includes the D4 RIN from the Federal Renewable Fuels Standards and the Federal Blenders Tax Credit. These sum to about $3 per gallon or more. Now, this is in the same ballpark as the price received by refiners. The most recent data is from the first quarter. It had a wide range from $2.80 per gallon to $3.80 per gallon. Well, that's more or less the same as what renewable diesel refiners receive for subsidies. But in April 2020, refiners received only $1.03 for petroleum-based diesel. That's for a gallon, much less than the value of the renewable diesel subsidies. So this is enough to tell us that revenue from the various credits is substantial and more consistent compared to the revenue from the fuel itself. The value of the LCFS credit has been declining throughout this period on the graph, throughout this 3-year period. That's in blue. The decline is caused by an increase in the supply of credits, which is due to the growing supply of renewable diesel, as we saw in the preceding graph. And along with that is growing biomethane availability. Although the decline in the credit price has mitigated the rise in the gasoline price, the credit price fell because there is so much renewable diesel in the market. Now, if there had been no renewable diesel in the market, petroleum diesel would not have been displaced from the market, and it's possible that the Martinez refinery might not have closed. This would have kept California gasoline and diesel production higher, and hypothetically, the gasoline price might not have increased as much as it has. So I mentioned that because, yeah, it looks like a plus that the LCFS credit price has declined. That helps keep the price of all diesel and gasoline down. But there are reasons. If we didn't have that, well,
He's run this, excuse me, this is
yeah,
Heather.
just
Sorry to
best not
interrupt,
to
but
make too much of that.
we're out of time. If you could try to wrap up, that would be great. Thank
I
you.
am. Now,
Thanks.
it's worth noting that the federal blender's credit is available only for standalone facilities, which adds an incentive not only to produce renewable diesel, but also to close petroleum refineries at those sites. And finally, 2 of the 3 programs, LCFS and the federal blender's credit, have uncertain futures. Now here we see the LCFS credit price. Although it increased from 2017 through early 2020, it has been in a prolonged downtrend since early 2021. Now recall that growth in renewable diesel volumes, along with corresponding LCFS credit generation, began to increase in late 2020. The credit price has fallen from over $200 down to $63 for the week of November 14. Currently, that only adds about 9 cents to the cost of a gallon of gasoline or diesel. That's a very small component of the high prices we saw in October. The reason for this decline is that beginning in 2021, credit generation has exceeded deficit generation by growing volumes. The credits earned by renewable diesel, biodiesel, and biomethane more than offset the credit deficit from petroleum diesel. The credit deficit from gasoline, on the other hand, is not fully offset by the credits earned by ethanol and electric vehicles. Nevertheless, the excess credits from the diesel side are more than enough to cover the deficit on the gasoline side. As a result, the accumulated balance of credits is likely to increase through 2030. Next.
This is Heather. Thank you so much. I think we need to move on to Quentin G's presentation. Appreciate your presenting this morning. Go ahead, Quentin.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners, Senator, attendees, and panelists. My name is Quentin G. I'm the Acting Branch Manager for the Advanced Electrification Analysis Branch in the Energy Assessments Division. I also supervise the Transportation Energy Forecasting Unit. As we've seen from both Gordon's and Eastbron's presentations, the California combustion fuel market has a fairly unique dynamic. It's led to challenges with price stability, a good explanation of some of those things that we've just seen. In my discussion, I want to put a little bit of a new context here, thinking about the transition away from conventional fossil fuel combustion fuels or other combustion fuel vehicles, and our transition towards zero-emission fuels. So, next slide. Okay, so here, sort of trimmed my chart here, but we can look at the sort of zero-emission vehicle penetration here. This is the percentage of zero-emission vehicle sales as a percentage of all vehicles, light-duty vehicles sold in the state. And so looking up through 2020, we can see kind of a nice little smooth trend here. But on the next slide, we can see a pretty dramatic uptick here. Basically, in 2021 and 2022, the light-duty zero-emission vehicle market, particularly electric vehicles or EVs, it's really changed. Energy and transportation industry analysts have highlighted, basically, once EV market penetration approaches about 10%, we see a very significant shift in attitudes, interest, and decisions that consumers are going to be making around vehicles. They start to become interested, even excited about the prospect of buying an EV. They start to see more of them on the road. They have a friend or family member that bought one and loves it. Their questions about vehicles are more readily available. Answers to their questions are more readily available. And of course, the companies themselves, the manufacturers, are beginning to target specific customer segments a little bit more directly. So I should point out still, though, the majority of consumers are not buying them. We're still, the majority of them, vehicles sold are internal combustion vehicles. But the interest is growing much faster than anyone would have thought to expect even a couple of years ago. Some supply chain challenges do remain, but sales are high despite that, and we're seeing unprecedented technological improvements. So within the 5 years next 5 years or so, we expect many vehicle classes to be competitive in terms of price with new combustion vehicles. One little thing to note here, I think that's quite interesting, that kind of highlights where the market is heading here, is if you take a look at what companies are investing in terms of battery capacity for the country, in terms of like who's announced, so how many battery facilities are built, how many are in the process of being built, and how many have been announced. Staff in my unit have found that about 750 gigawatt hours per year of production capacity are in that. What does 750 gigawatt hours mean? That means about 7.5 million vehicles, electric vehicles, could be produced with that battery capacity. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less, but around that. And you know, to put that in perspective, California sells about 2. So we're looking at an industry that is really gearing up. Now, obviously not all those facilities are in the ground, but these are facilities that are being planned up through 2030, and that's just what's been announced as of, you know, today. So we're really looking at a market trajectory that I think we'd be in a pretty difficult spot to say it's just going to flatline, it's going to go kaput or whatever. Next slide. So putting that together, kind of sort of zooming out a little bit, we've got the market that we've seen up to today, up to Q3 of today. We've got that data. And then we look at kind of where are the vehicle policies directing us. And the one that's, I think, the most obvious policy that we can look at right now is the California Air Resources Board, or CARB's, Advanced Clean Cars 2 regulation. This policy begins in 2026, so there's a little bit of a gap between where the market is now and where this kicks in. But you can see it's a pretty smooth and steady ramping up to that point. There's always going to be some fluctuations and weird things happening in the market, but roughly stated, we're going to be looking at a pretty aggressive change to zero-emission vehicles in the future. Let's take a look at the next slide here. Okay, so looking at the policies, there's still some uncertainty exactly how things are going to play out. But overall, this impressive market growth, this consumer interest, combined with these strong policy goals, we can get a sense of what gasoline demand is going to look like in the future, because people aren't going to be driving as many gasoline vehicles. So let's take a look at 2 scenarios that consider the market conditions as well as policies and goals. And the first one, number 1, we'll call, or we've done at the CEC this last year, it's called the demand scenario. This considers compliance with policies and the early stage regulatory proposals. So this was looking at an early sort of early Advanced Clean Cars 2 regulation, also CARB's Advanced Clean Fleets regulation, which at the time was still being drafted, still things kind of mid-2021 or so. The second scenario that we can look at is the CARB 2022 scoping plan modeling data. So CARB recently published their scoping plan, and we got the data behind that. And this includes updated regulatory frameworks. One difference between these 2 scenarios I would highlight is that the vehicle miles traveled, that is the number of miles that a vehicle is going to be driving over a course of a year, or VMT, that considers a pretty dramatic reduction in vehicle miles traveled. So we have these 2 scenarios that are both looking at increasing zero-emission vehicles, but they have slightly different impacts. And so on the next slide, we can take a look at what that's going to be. So looking at this next slide, we can see, you know, under each scenario, no matter which way you slice it, we're looking at a decrease in gasoline demand. This also goes for diesel and other combustion fuels. But, you know, for gasoline in particular, we're looking at a pretty steep decline. What CARB's scoping plan says is that's going to happen a lot sooner. If we look at the demand scenario, which is a little bit older, it's going to decrease a little bit later, but you know, we sort of see this dramatic decline coming. And we take these two to sort of represent 2 plausible pathways for really significant changes in a fuel in a way that people haven't really thought about. We've thought a lot about, like, how do we deal with the electricity impacts? And that's something that we're working on quite a bit. But now we're thinking a lot, we need to be thinking a lot about what's going to be happening with gasoline demand. And as we've seen, what East Braun and Gordon highlighted, declining demand or the unique aspects of the California gasoline market suggest that, we can't necessarily just say, well, less demand, that's a demand shift, and and that just means gas will get cheaper. Maybe, but gasoline, as we've seen, is a tricky market. Refineries might shut down at a rate that we're not necessarily, in the loop on at that time. So we have to be very careful here, and that's kind of what we're thinking about as far as the study goes. So on the next slide, we kind of want to begin this study and take a closer look at what can we expect, to get some scenarios on the board and see what a transition is going to look like. But the key thing that we're looking at is, with the study is we want a, reliable, safe, equitable, affordable transition away from petroleum. And so there's lots of things that we have to keep in mind about this, but, some of the key things, what is the gasoline demand scenario going to look like? What's going to happen? The market's headed in a certain direction. We have strong policy goals for attaining climate action. And, we have a sense of where it's going to happen, but we want to work with our agency partners and with the public to kind of develop some solid scenarios in terms of demand. We also kind of want to break that down in terms of different time horizons. What would we see in, say, 1 to 3 years out or so? What might we see from 3 to 10 years out? And what are we looking at even further along in the horizon? The other key thing, I've even heard commissioners emphasize this is something that's really important to the Energy Commission as a whole, is equity. If someone chooses to sort of just, I want to drive whatever and I can afford it and I don't care, that's one thing, and that's not something that, we're particularly concerned about. We want to make sure that all Californians are not, all the Californians, especially those that are the most need or that are in the most difficult financial situation, aren't impacted negatively here with those kinds of volatility issues. We want to take a look at specific policies to address volatility in general. We also want to look at policies to increase access to alternatives. So one of the things that the Commission works on is refueling infrastructure for zero-emission vehicles and light-duty charging, medium heavy-duty charging, those sorts of things. We want to think about creative ways that we can make this a compelling alternative. Not just, obviously we don't want volatility, but we also want to make it an easy transition for those that want to switch over. And one of the other key things that we're finding out, the more we've been trying to put our heads together on these things, is we're finding that it's been somewhat difficult to get reasonable access to refining, import, export, blending information, along with pertinent planning information. We need to have this data so that we can say, okay, well, here's how we know the market dynamics are working, here's how refinery behavior is working, here's the way that they're operating here, there, and everywhere. And the more that we can get a sense of that, the more we can be in a position to protect Californians from this kind of negative impact, these volatility impacts. And again, especially keeping an eye to those that are in the most need to be protected from these price shocks. At the same time, we want to ensure confidentiality. We don't want this information just flowing out all over the place. So wrapping it up, we kind of want to just put this together and find a way to get good information here. And I think that the panel later on today is going to be really helpful getting those insights from folks outside of the CEC. And on the next slide, we can get a sense of our general timeline that we're looking at here. We want to begin to sort of start scoping this thing out into next year, then working on our inputs and assumptions in a public process, doing some modeling and analysis as a result of that, and then again, bringing it back to the public, showing them our results and our thinking, recommendations, et cetera, and getting a draft posted. So with that, I think I can open it up for questions that either anybody here has for East Braun or me. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Quentin. I think there's a bunch of questions, and I apologize to East Braun. I think we were working on timing. I know you were not able to complete your presentation, so we'll figure out how to put that information out, the rest of your presentation. So Quentin, I think I want to focus a little bit on the transition study first, and then kind of think through the rest of the pieces. Mm-hmm. I want to emphasize the California Energy Commission's role as an agency that provides a venue for analytical transparency, data transparency, and long-term trends. So I think within the mission of the CEC, the study architecture, the framing perfectly fits. So that's one. So two, I want to just raise the importance of three key pieces of our energy sector. So we have electrification. So we are looking at the reliability concerns on the electrification and the opportunity of electrified loads to be a part of the solution there to deal with extreme climate challenges. But you also have the intersection with the fossil fuels in the petroleum industry as well as natural gas. So you have three different energy sectors. We used to look at them in a very isolated fashion. I'm really glad that the draft results that you're thinking is sometime in 24 because the next SB 100 report is early 2025, which is a major electricity policy document. And it also intersects with a lot of gas proceedings that PUC and CEC have been working on, leveraging the scoping plan. So I just wanted to commend the overall thinking of the staff here, the importance of having this kind of visibility, and CEC serving as that neutral, objective venue for discussion. So just wanted to thank you on that one. So in terms of the broader framing and the timing, I just wanted to ask you a question on data needs that you talked about. I think this goes back to a number of commissioners raising this, but also Senator Limon. Do we have a sense of the totality of the data streams that we would need to be able to improve transparency for Californians as a whole?
I think that we have a pretty good sense of some of the needs that are out there, and I think we can continue to work on finding the information or finding where the gaps are, I think. But I don't have, I think just kind of keeping it a little bit kind of on the more general side at this point. I mean, but the refining, import, export, I think just kind of having that information in a little bit more detail, maybe things involving, certain sort of plans, with the outage. And there's certain things that we have to do to ensure that that information, that there's like competitive information or proprietary information that we have to be careful with because we have to be thoughtful about the market and the different forms of competition that are occurring there and the types of problems that could happen if companies' plans are sort of put out there, right? So that's something that I think we want to be careful with. But I think, to a certain extent, the more information, the better in terms of, we can be in the know. Let us know. We're not going to, put it out there, but it's going to help us understand a little bit more how the process, how the decisions are being made, so that we can say, okay, well, this, these three or whatever are these, doing something, and it's kind of happening at the same time. This is going to create a certain sort of additional volatility that maybe we wouldn't be able to see if we didn't have that information. So I think we want to still continue to think about what exactly we need, but just kind of being completely in the dark, and then we were like, oh, okay, this refinery is shutting down for some planned maintenance. I think we just need to be a little bit more in the know on some of those plans. But yeah, I think more effort and thought, I think, in framing this would be helpful first. Yeah. Hope that gets at what you're thinking about.
No, I do. I know we have a number of other colleagues here who might have questions, so I don't want to, hog all the questions. So, Senator Limon?
So I actually want to piggyback off what you just said in terms of the information you need that you don't have access to that is part of what's impacting. What are the obstacles to getting that, and how do we go about getting that information so that we as a state can have better information to guide our practices and understanding of this?
Well, I think basically more authority. That would we do have laws in place that do allow us to get some information, and we have a responsibility to keep that confidential as well. But it allows us to kind of have a better sense of what's happening in the market. And so I think more authority with yeah, just sort of the ability to kind of take in more information, I guess, legally.
We need a law. Perhaps.
Perhaps, yeah. I think that something along those lines would be helpful. If we don't have, yeah, we need the ability to compel, or if folks are freely willing to give it to us, that'd be great. But we also might need the ability to say this is something that's important for the Californian people, and so we need this. We're not going to put it out there, but we need it so that we can make some high-level decisions.
Senator, thank you for the question. Drew Bowen, Executive Director. I would just jump in and add that one thing in particular that jumps out is unplanned and planned maintenance. And we learn about it through trade press and that sort of thing, but getting that information early would really help inform the decisions we have, to the extent we have leverage as the state to take action in response to those things. Knowing that information early would be very helpful. There's other things, but I would just suggest that as one major one.
Great, thank you. This is helpful.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner Monahan?
Yeah, I have a question. It might fall in between Ysbrand and Quentin, I'm not sure, but I'm curious about this issue that we don't see a California adder when it comes to diesel, in part because of renewable diesel being integrated in, and how well we understand what that translates to in terms of storage for gasoline vis-a-vis diesel. One would think that we may have higher diesel inventories as a result. And just do we need to better understand that interplay to understand how that plays out in terms of prices of gasoline?
Yeah, I think so, and I think Ysbrand might be able to speak to that. I think the different credits for renewable fuels, I think, have been particularly helpful there. But Ysbrand, did you want to say something?
Okay. Yes, currently, I mean, renewable diesel is a drop-in substitute for petroleum. I'm sorry, there's an echo. And in a lot of the data, they are treated the same. So if you go to a gas station, you might be getting renewable diesel instead of diesel from that pump. I mean, that's true at the gas station closest to my house. We simply don't know what's renewable diesel and what's petroleum-based diesel. It's just a complete, I mean, for consumption, we know that from sales tax data and LCFS data, because they have to pay sales tax and comply with LCFS. But as far as production and inventories, we simply don't know.
Yeah, and my question actually was broader around, I mean, when a refinery processes a barrel of oil and the distillation process yields, diesel, gasoline, just a simple distillation. And that is my understanding, and perhaps this will have to wait for the afternoon with Kathy Reheis-Boyd, but that it's sort of a fixed quantity. You can't mess very much with the share that's going to turn into diesel versus the share that's going to turn into gasoline. You can tweak at the edges, but not wholesale.
Yes.
And so just understanding how the refinery market is working and how a low price of diesel, what does that mean for the price of gasoline?
Well, in California, the output mix from refineries is very heavily gasoline oriented. California consumes roughly 3 gallons of diesel 3 gallons of gasoline for a gallon of diesel. In the rest of the country, it's more like 2 gallons of 2 gallons of gasoline to a gallon of diesel. So California refineries are already going full out producing gasoline, and that's why we continually see gasoline imports coming into the state. So they probably don't have much latitude to increase gasoline at the expense of diesel production at this point.
And do we understand how the inventory of diesel vis-a-vis gasoline in terms of storage?
Yes, if we're not concerned about splitting it between renewable diesel and petroleum-based diesel, we have excellent data. California statewide data on that the Energy Commission currently collects.
Great. Thank you. I just have one more follow-up, but let me see if Commissioner Vaquero or Commissioner McAllister have any questions online.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Gunda. It's Commissioner Vaquero here. Thank you so much. I'm getting an echo. I don't know if it's me or, yeah, okay, great. So thank you. So I failed to quickly get my hand up during opening remarks, but in a way I'm glad, because my comment that I was going to make had to do with information. And so I'm glad we're touching on it right now. You know, I share everyone's, I think, disappointment and concern that the refiners did not participate and are not going to be here today. It's my understanding that they cited, you know, antitrust concerns and a challenge with publicly providing us with information. And I know, you know, we just touched on sort of the PIRA law as a way that we can get certain proprietary information. We've used subpoenas in the past in the IPR process. And I'm just trying to figure out, you know, how do we solve this problem of getting information we need, even though it may not come publicly and in a transparent fashion? How can we get it such that we can turn it around and anonymize it and still provide the public with critical information? And that's something that I think I won't be here for the second panel. I'd be interested, though, in what solutions we've considered and what solutions are out there so that we can still get information from the refiners across a number of issue or topic areas that relate to the study, but that also relate to one of the core purposes of today's hearing, which is to better understand the cause or the source of these price spikes. And I just don't want us to give up because they're not coming today. And I'm very glad that WISPA will be here to speak, but I think we still need to get answers directly in whatever way we possibly can. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, Quentin or Drew, if you have a quick response. If not, we'll go to the closing. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so with that, I think we'll go to the closing remarks for this morning. So I just wanted to thank Heather and the presenters, specifically Gordon, Eastbrand, and Quentin. Thank you for the information you've provided. And I just want to reiterate kind of core elements of what we're trying to do in this work, but also, you know, that at the root and the center of the mission of CEC is, as we move forward as a single state towards the decarbonization goals we laid out for ourselves, it is factual and pretty clear that we need to move away from fossil fuels. And that move away from fossil fuels will destroy the current demand of gasoline and diesel. And that needs to be understood, planned for, and managed properly so we do not affect the communities that are already affected and burdened even more. That is the central premise of this. And in order to, you know, improve the transparency, people who know what it is and who understand it, being at the table and helping us understand and figure out solutions to that is critical. And as Commissioner Vaquero just raised, we understand the concerns that the refineries had in terms of the antitrust laws and such, and the confidentiality of information. But I think we need to absolutely figure out a way to collectively move forward on this. And when we talk about equity and having everybody at the table, it truly is everybody should be at the table. And it's a democratic process. It's a process that we are taking care of California together. And I just want to invoke that spirit as we move forward into the afternoon session, because, you know, we all have a lot of different reasons to break down the conversation at important moments, and we cannot let that happen at this moment or ever, especially given this transition is going to be very difficult. The ambition of California in terms of our climate goals, the ambition of California in terms of equity and reliability are bold and what is needed for the world. And as we pursue that, we as Californians have to show a path to the rest of the world on how we come together on these important elements. So with that, I just want to thank everybody here and see if anybody else from the Dais want to have any closing comments. Senator Leon.
Well, thank you. And I think that, some of my takeaways from this morning are also some of the themes that we've heard about. Our understanding that equity has to be a lens that's applied because this cost, impacts our Californians in different ways and to a greater extent. But also there's been a theme about just the need for more information and understanding that more information is part of a process that helps us create more informed policies in this state. And I think that that's really critical and key. And I look forward to the afternoon conversation. I think it's important to hear, from all perspectives in terms of addressing this challenge. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Monahan.
I'll just be really brief and say that I really appreciated this morning's session and this idea, as Senator Limon said, around getting better data, understanding better planned maintenance, understanding better inventories of gasoline and why there isn't stockpiling when the planned maintenance is scheduled. I think those are critical pieces of information going forward, and really looking forward to the afternoon session to diving more deeply into sort of what are the information gaps that we should be trying to fill.
Thank you, Commissioner Monahan. Commissioner McAllister?
Yeah, just very briefly, I just appreciate the information and the discussion this morning, actually, and just in the spirit of creating transparency as a driver of accountability. I think that's we all kind of understand the criticality of that, and we need to find ways to I think our existing authority probably can go a long way as long as we update our regulations to reflect the specifics of this conversation and what we can gather currently and specify in regulations through that process without a legislative change, and then work with the senator and her colleagues and our chief counsel's office and Drew to see whether there are legislative needs where a statute change would help us sort of bring more heft to this conversation. I guess I was going to say this in opening comments that it wasn't quick enough to sort of muscle in there to make, but I think absence is not a good strategy for the industry, just in terms of their own self-interest, I would argue. And to Vice Chair Gunda's comments just now, lack of participation is not going to allow them to put their views and opinions on the table and to participate integrally in the discussion. And therefore, they're not going to get the outcome that maybe they might want, because other people are going to take up the conversation, and they should be in there participating in the process, because that's what the process is for. It's for getting everybody's voice on the table and navigating a path that's based on that factual basis. And so, certainly, yes, there are headwinds for we're going to evolve towards this low carbon future, but and that has some headwinds for sort of incumbent sectors. But that's just a fact, and I think managing that is something that's in their best interest as well. So it is doubly disappointing that they're not here today, and hopefully that will change going forward. But I'm really looking forward to the afternoon session and where we can get into some more of these details. Thanks a lot for the morning.
Thank you. With that, Heather, you can have the last word.
Great. I'll just invite everybody to please join us back at 1:30 for the afternoon panel. And we'll stop recording.
Thanks again to Heather and her team for organizing everything, and for all of you who have taken the time to be a part of the conversation, attend, and looking forward to making public comments. So I'm Siva Gunda. I'm the Vice Chair of the California Energy Commission, the lead for 2022 IPER, our Integrated Energy Policy Report, and this particular hearing will be summarized as a part of the IPER. With that, I just want to say this morning was a really good session. We had staff presenting on their take and understanding from the vantage point of the data available to them on why we have seen price spikes over the last year and historically what has contributed to that. And they mentioned and noted some of the gaps in information we have and the importance of able to have that information to further understand the causal factors behind the price spikes. We also talked about, given the long-term trajectory of the fossil usage in California is going to decline based on our climate priorities and the policies and where we are going, we need to make sure we have not just an immediate outlook of what that industry looks like, but a long-term purview and idea so we can do a managed planning and really manage it from a way that it's safe, reliable, equitable transition towards the zero carbon fuels that we're getting to as California as a whole. A number of the Dais leadership and commentators also noted the importance of having everybody at the table so we can all have a conversation. And the last thing we want to have in a CEC proceeding or any proceeding that needs to share the democratic process that we go through is to have the ability to represent all voices and hear from all of them, especially given the knowledge base that refineries have in terms of their understanding of the industry and really be able to look closely what's happening. It's unfortunate they're not able to be here for the reasons that they noted. Look forward to this discussion and really understanding further what some of the causes could be and what some of the solutions could be as we move forward as one single state. So as I hand it off, I just want to note this is extremely important. As we move towards a clean energy transition, I think there are some facts that we all agree as Californians. We are in a climate emergency, and we as a state have built several pathways towards moving into a clean energy future, not just to mitigate the carbon emissions in California, but to really be a model for the rest of the world. We have an opportunity when we tackle these difficult conversations, when we don't see eye to eye on how to do things. It is even more important and incumbent upon all of us to be at the table to be a part of the conversation. My sincere hope is that we respect and have a productive conversation, even when we completely disagree on policy priorities or pathways to an end goal. So with that, I will pass it on to Heather to introduce Drew.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gunda. Again, Drew Bowen, Executive Director of the Energy Commission. And I'm pleased to announce that we're joined this afternoon by 6 distinguished panelists with diverse backgrounds and diverse viewpoints. The first is Dr. Elena Krieger, and she is the Director of Research at PSE Health Energy. Kathleen Foote is an Assistant Attorney General at the California Department of Justice. Catherine Reheis-Boyd is the President and CEO of the Western States Petroleum Association. David Hackett is the Chairman of the Board of Stillwater Associates. Dr. Severin Borenstein is a professor at the Haas School of Business at UC Berkeley. And Jamie Court is President of Consumer Watchdog. To start off with, each panelist will have up to 5 minutes of introductory remarks. After this, we're going to ask our panel 5 questions, and these are all related to our 2 main topics for today. One, the recent petroleum price spikes that we talked about a lot this morning, and second, how to best plan for a smooth transition from vehicles powered by fossil fuels to those powered by electricity as the state transitions. We heard about that this morning as well. And then we'll hear from the members of the dais before we take public comment. Quick bit of housekeeping before we get started. I'm going to be an active moderator. My job is to enforce the time limits to try to make this panel as engaging and informative as possible and to make sure that all of the panelists have an opportunity to participate. I'm joined by my partner, Heather Raitt, who will be helping with enforcement. I warn you, she's a ruthless timekeeper. All right, let's get started. Dr. Krieger, the floor is yours.
Heather, did you have logistics that you needed to go over first?
Sure. I was just going to remind folks in the room, if you would like to make public comment, we're going to be taking comments about 4 o'clock at the end of the hearing, and you can fill out a blue card, which is available at the entrance, and go ahead and give it to me. And then for folks on the line, you can press the icon for the raise hand, and for folks on the phone, press *9, and that'll let us know you want to make comments. So thank you so much. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone, and thanks for inviting me here today. I'm the Director of Research at PSE Healthy Energy, an energy science and policy research institute based out of Oakland, and a member of the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group to the California Energy Commission and the Public Utilities Commission, although today I'm speaking for myself and not for the DACAG. To reiterate the comments we heard from the commissioners this morning, the message I want everyone to keep in mind as they listen to the panel today is that the impacts of our transportation sector do not affect everyone equally. A supercommuter from Tracy to San Francisco would have spent about $114 a week on their way to and from work in October 2021, and more than $170 in October 2022 just on their commute. That's nearly 9% of median household income in Tracy. Gasoline fuel cost burdens are higher for low-income households, rural households, and households of color, and these are the same households that have the least efficient vehicles and highest barriers to purchasing new ones. It is difficult for many of these households to afford transportation costs in the best of times, not to mention when gasoline prices spike. At the same time, pollution from the transportation sector compounds with industrial emissions to leave certain neighborhoods heavily overburdened. I'm thinking right now of the section of West Oakland near the port, where heavy-duty trucks are routed away from the wealthier neighborhoods by 580 in the hills. Black and Latino households are exposed to disproportionately more transportation pollution than they are responsible for emitting. Today, we're discussing the drivers and impacts of gasoline prices in California and strategies to mitigate them. However, the very fact that we're having this hearing is a reminder of the need to rapidly transition away from fossil fuels and envision a transportation sector that reduces climate impacts and health-damaging air pollution, provides energy security and resilience, and is affordable for those currently burdened by our existing system, and accessible for those who face barriers to adopting cleaner fuels. This is an opportunity, but as we plan the transition, we have to be mindful of the impacts of our transportation system and the distribution of those impacts if we want to meaningfully mitigate them. Thanks again for holding this discussion, and I'm looking forward to the conversation from my fellow panelists.
Thank you so much, Dr. Krieger. Next up is Kathleen Foote.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you all again after quite a hiatus. The oil industry and gasoline prices have been a focus of the Attorney General's office, and particularly the antitrust section, which I lead, for many years. And it's the subject of numerous investigations and several lawsuits over the years. Our principal partner in those has been the Federal Trade Commission, which has a dedicated team, including both lawyers and economists. The Energy Commission is an important resource for both of us in understanding market conditions and the trends that have been taking place. Antitrust enforcement is generally directed at two things. One is overall market consolidation, mergers, in other words, mergers and acquisitions that can lead to monopoly pricing. And the other is anti-competitive collusion as to either price or supply or both. Since 2000, we've investigated, I think, 8 oil company mergers or acquisitions, ranging from BP Amoco and then Arco and Chevron Texaco in that year to Marathon 7-Eleven just last year. In most cases, the merging parties were required to spin off a number of assets to competitors, bringing newcomers such as Valero and Tesoro into California markets. In 2011, then Attorney General Javier Becerra went to court to block Valero's acquisition of the last major refined product storage and mixing facility in Northern California. We were successful in halting that transaction, I'm happy to say. It was kind of hailed within the antitrust community as a groundbreaking example of individual state enforcement of federal merger law, made more notable because it involved a vertical acquisition rather than a merger of head-to-head refinery competitors. During the last 2 decades, the section has conducted several investigations into price fixing by California refiners, as you can imagine, most notably following price spikes. The one particularly memorable was Hurricane Katrina in 2005. The most recent one has led us to an antitrust lawsuit filed in 2020, not against refiners, but against 2 global trading entities. That lawsuit concerns collusive trading practices occurring between 2014 and 2016, and it's scheduled to go to trial in September of next year. It's filed in San Francisco Superior Court. The case is currently in active and adversarial litigation, so my remarks about that in response to any questions are necessarily going to be limited, but certainly do what I can to respond to your questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is David Hackett.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm glad to be here. And I'm waiting for the deck to come up. There we go. Next slide. Severin Bornstein and I know that gas prices have gotten too high when reporters call looking for an interview on the issue. Next slide. As the state's primary energy policy and planning agency, the Energy Commission is committed to reducing energy costs and environmental impacts of energy use while ensuring a safe, resilient, and reliable supply of energy.
You may have to say you don't need the deck because they're trying to put it out.
The issues include everyday high gas prices, price spikes due to refinery issues and geographic isolation, and historic rapid transition to a different form of transportation energy. Next slide. There are a lot of moving pieces. Next slide. Important information will be presented today. Next slide. The price spike was a supply issue caused by a reduction of refinery gasoline production over the summer by 88,000 barrels per day versus the prior year. This is the equivalent to a mid-sized refinery's output. We think this is generally a COVID hangover, but there are other factors as well. Gasoline imports were also lower than 2021, caused by a near tripling of freight rates. This resulted in a strong inventory draw to decade record low inventory levels. Consequently, spot prices rose as supply dried up, pushing retail prices up. Next slide. The two basic issues are the Energy Commission needs to take a serious look at the impact of local and state regulations on the viability of the oil industry. And the Commission needs to gain an understanding of how oil is priced along the supply chain to ensure that any measures applied to pricing issues are applied at the right place in the supply chain from the wellhead to the consumer. A component of the mystery gas surcharge is the gross profit margin that can be defined as the difference between real retail prices and rack price. Stillwater's analysis indicates that this is higher than the rest of the country because of a lack of competition. One factor in the lack of competition is that California has twice as many licensed drivers per station as the rest of the country. And then finally, the CEC should review the work the Commission has done in the past in this area, especially including the work in 2002 and 2003 on the Strategic Fuel Reserve and related issues. Next slide. Price spikes occur around unplanned refinery maintenance and are more dramatic than the rest of the country because of the isolation from alternative supplies. After prices spike, retail prices are slow to return to prior levels. Other components of the higher prices include that California has higher excise sales and local taxes, plus greenhouse gas fees that other states don't have. Next slide. Realistic assumptions on how fast transportation alternatives can come online are imperative. For example, according to Stillwater's analysis of ARB data, the real success story of the LCFS is renewable diesel, which makes up about 37% of diesel energy, while electric vehicles only make up about 0.5% of light-duty vehicle energy. We are concerned that the fuels refineries will shutter before the transition is complete, leaving the market import dependent. We don't want the state's energy policy to export its strategic refining capacity to Asia Pacific or Europe. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is Catherine Reheis-Boyd.
We can't hear you.
You're muted. Catherine, your mic is muted on your computer.
unmute yourself. Can you use that?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I had to have my technical assistant come in. Apologize. I'm fighting a very bad cold today. Anyway, thank you for inviting me to discuss California's petroleum fuels market, which obviously is a very critical issue for the state, especially in relation to refinery operations and gasoline supply as we go forward. We've all heard this morning that the cost of fuel to consumers in this state is a result of several complex market factors and public policy. The factors determining gasoline and diesel market costs are complicated, and they're influenced by several intertwining components, including consumer choice, global events, public policy, the supply chain, and market forces that really dictate supply and demand. As pointed out by the CEC staff this morning, California's market is certainly uniquely expensive. We have a greater tax burden. We have higher environmental program costs. Our market is isolated, which makes us more vulnerable to higher costs due to lower supply. Our refiners face high crude costs due to the need to import, as in-state production is artificially limited by government policy, and local and state policy is causing production of fuel to fall faster than consumption. Now, despite these challenges, our WISPA members produce 42 million gallons of gasoline and 10 million gallons of diesel every day to meet the ongoing demand of transportation fuels for 35 million registered vehicles in the state. So we meet this demand by producing California's unique clean burning gasoline blend specifications. I've been around long enough that I unrolled 3 of those, while continuing to lower the carbon intensity of these fuels in line with the state's climate policies. And we do this in the most expensive and the most challenging operating and regulatory environment in the country. So we've talked a lot, I know, today about markets this morning, so I'd like to focus a little bit on the impacts of public policy, because frankly, these policies will be felt by the public regardless of market conditions. Through public policy, the governor, the legislators, the regulatory agencies have the most opportunity to make changes that can positively impact Californians. The facts are, policy decisions have been made and continue to be made, have a direct impact on the cost of fuel for California families and businesses. And year after year, we adopt regulations and policies that have both prevented needed energy infrastructure from being built in the state, and we send signals to the market that have significantly curtailed investment in refining and production capacity. In fact, ARB just 2 weeks ago released their far-reaching and ambitious climate change scoping plan that assumes a phase out of oil and gas production and refining capacity. So while this commission is just now considering a fuel study, I greatly support that, to develop an understanding of the impact of climate goals on demand, reliability, and affordability, the ARB will adopt a plan in December that is based on a 94% reduction of demand of fuels by 2045. As a result of these types of policies, refineries operating in this state were unable to manufacture enough gasoline and diesel to supply California's 35 million internal combustion engines. We are isolated, as we heard this morning, from the rest of the country and the world when it comes to energy. There's no pipelines into California to import crude oil, and there's limited pipelines for refined fuels. Storage options are limited, capacity limits at ports create further challenges. This isolation is a direct result of restrictive land use policy decisions and permit denials at all levels of government. Our energy isolation, coupled with reduced in-state refining capacity, has created an environment where the state simply struggles to meet its demand for fuel, leading to cost volatility for Californians. These policies not only restrict the supply of refined fuels, but they continue to restrict the supply of crude oil by effectively banning new in-state production. There is a better path than the one we are on now. The governor, the legislature, the regulators should focus efforts on removing policy hurdles being imposed on the energy industry so we can focus on providing affordable, reliable, and lower carbon energy to all Californians. That is what we do. And when we are allowed to do our job, we lower cost and we reduce emissions. We also do not believe that banning supply and restricting capacity is a great plan. It has the consequences that threaten the state's economy and hurt consumers, especially those that are most vulnerable. And that is why we continue to support an all of the above transportation fuels portfolio to address climate goals and lower costs to all California. It's an energy addition, and we are here to help make that happen. So I encourage this commission to really focus on the root causes around California's fuel market volatility and focus its effort on real solutions, logistical constraints, infrastructure, storage, volume thresholds at docks, rail, marine terminal capacity, access to crude oil right here in our backyard. A serious independent study on how the state's goals and policies impact supplies and reliability of petroleum fuels should inform all policymakers before adoption of additional policies. We need policies that reduce cost, increase supply to meet demand as the state proceeds on its path of an energy evolution. So bringing down cost across the economy, assuring affordable, reliable energy, meeting our climate change goals, we believe can be done simultaneously and cooperating. There is a better way, and our industry and the people in it want to be a part of that and work with this Energy Commission on the plan that was described this morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I look forward to the panel.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Next up, Dr. Bornstein.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yep.
And would you put up my slides? I'm a professor at UC Berkeley's Haas School of Business and faculty director of the Energy Institute at Haas. I've been studying gasoline markets for about 35 years, from oil markets down to retail. I served on the Attorney General's Gasoline Price Task Force in 1999, and along with Kathleen Foote and Dave Hackett, served on the CEC's Petroleum Market Advisory Committee from 2014 to 2017, where I was chair of the committee for the last 2 years. I'm quite concerned that this hearing is focusing almost exclusively on gasoline price spikes rather than the continuing high gasoline price levels, which the data show has been much more significant problem for California drivers since 2015, and particularly for disadvantaged households. Next slide. This is a graph of what I call the mystery gasoline surcharge. This is California's retail price difference from the rest of the country after taking out California's higher taxes, environmental fees, cap and trade, low carbon fuel standard, underground storage tank, and so forth. It's pretty clear that there was a real break in February of 2015. Prior to that, this differential between California and the rest of the country had been pretty much incompletely explained by the difference in taxes. And since then, we have had a consistent difference. We've never been in line with the rest of the country, and the difference has averaged about 30 cents a gallon. This is, I think, the real problem that California drivers face. In total, since 2015, this amounts to over $40 billion in extra costs of California drivers. That is a huge burden on all drivers, and particularly on the low-income drivers. My numbers are slightly different, by the way, than the numbers you saw this morning. And the reason is I calculate the difference between California and the rest of the country, not California and the US average. The US average includes California. And when you do it that way, you understate the actual difference between California and the rest of the country. Next slide. I'm also very concerned that this hearing is focused primarily on the refining sector, because I think the data make clear that's not where the problem is. This is the difference between LA spot price. These are the large shipment prices we heard about this morning, and the spot prices at New York and the Gulf Coast, the two other major pricing points. There's no increase here over time. In fact, there's a slight downward trend. Yes, we saw a big uptick in 2015 and a big uptick again in 2022. But if you look at the total mystery gasoline surcharge, less than 1/3 of it is explained by differences in the spot price of gasoline in California. It's mostly not the spikes, and it's mostly not the refinery problem. The difference is mostly downstream. And that means that this isn't an issue of crude oil costs. It's not an issue of import restrictions. It's not an issue of refinery supply constraints. It's not an issue of market isolation. Those may be playing a role in the third or less than a third we're seeing upstream at the refining sector. But in the vast majority of these the differential it's coming downstream. It's coming in the marketing, distribution, and retailing sectors. Refiners continue to play a huge role there. They own some of the downstream stations, and they have tremendous control over the pricing of most of the other branded downstream stations. That, I think, is where the real problem is. That is what a big part of what the Petroleum Market Advisory Committee tried to dig into, though we never really had the resources or the authority to do that. I think the real answer is to have a serious commission that has the resources and has the authority to dig into what are going to be some pretty complex and subtle business competition issues in the downstream sector, which, while the refiners don't own most of those downstream stations, is still dominated by branded stations, by the major brands. Two factors I will just point out. First of all, California has a disproportionate share of gasoline, far higher than the rest of the country, going through branded stations. Those branded stations have a much higher differential to unbranded stations in California. With the 2018 Gas Buddy data I studied at one point, the differential in the rest of the country was 7 cents. The differential in California was 23 cents. So we just don't have the competition and discipline from those off-brand stations disciplining the gasoline market. That is, I think, where we should be focusing when we think about California's gasoline price problem. Yes, the spikes attract a lot of media attention, as Dave and I know, and when we get called constantly, but they're really not what's draining the pockets of most California drivers. They're not the major part. The major part is this constant higher gasoline price that appeared in 2015 and has not been explained, and I think that's what we need to dig into. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bornstein. And our sixth panelist is Jamie Court. Jamie, please make your introductory remarks.
Yeah, if I could get my slide deck up, that'd be great. Thanks. First slide. Thanks for having me, and I want to thank the governor for taking on this issue. This is the problem, in my view. 5 oil refiners make 97% of our gasoline. And when they want to squeeze us, they can. Next slide. And the way they squeeze us is $2.60 difference between U.S. prices. And it's consistently $1.25, but we went up to $2.60 difference. And if you look at taxes and environmental rules, they add 69 cents per gallon. So where's that money going? Next slide. It's going to windfall profits. There's no question that there was huge windfall profits for the 5 big oil refiners this year. If you look at their total profits, they went up by almost 4%, only almost 4 times, quadrupled, $67 billion in raw profits for the first 9 months this year, $17 billion last year, first 9 months. Next slide. We went more granular. We went to the refining margins in California or the West. The oil refiners report their refining margins regionally. So we know the West, and we know for some of them California. And we looked at the last 20 years for how much they're making off refining gasoline, the difference between the crude oil price and the petroleum that comes out. And the petroleum is not just gasoline, it's also diesel and jet fuel, but it's a comparable measure of profitability. And over the last 20 years, it was an average 32 cents per gallon. If it comes out by barrel, we divide by 42, we get a per gallon price. Per gallon profits was 32 cents over the last 20 years. And only a couple of times did they get over 50 cents. Chevron got over 50 cents per gallon 3 times in the last 20 years. Next slide. But as you can see, they all got over 50 cents per gallon this year in profits. They broke that windfall profit barrier. In fact, the 4 refiners that report profits, next slide, on a quarterly basis, never hit 50 cents per gallon in the last 20 years. They were at an average of 69 cents per gallon in profit in 2022. The oil refiners in California doubled their profits. These are unprecedented profits. They're unprecedented windfall profits. And it's all because of the market power of the oil refiners. In quarter 2 and 3, look, 86 cents per gallon, average 73 cents per gallon. And we don't even know Chevron's profits because it does not report on a quarterly basis. We'll know at the end of the year. Next slide, please. We looked at those profits compared to all across America and all across the world. And California oil refiner profits were 30% greater in California and the West than anywhere else in the world. So they've doubled their profits from historical levels, and they've charged us 30% more profits per gallon. Next slide. And this is another expression of that. It's each company of the 4 companies that report. The solid line is their U.S. prices, profits, and the dotted lines are California profits. Next slide. There is no question we have windfall profits. And if you look at that 50-cent windfall profit cap, that 50-cent line that's only been crossed 3 times in the last 20 years, and you take everything above that, and we divide it up by market share, by how many gallons of gasoline sold approximately, you come out with the 4 refiners that report profits for the first 3 quarters owing Californians $1.8 billion back in windfall profits. And that doesn't include Chevron, which is 30% of the market. Next slide. So this is why we need a windfall profits cap. We need a line, because the oil refiners have gone way over that line, and they're owing us literally hundreds of millions of dollars each. Next slide, please. So how did this happen? If we don't create a windfall profits cap or price gouging rebate, we're going to be an ATM for these oil refiners in perpetuity. We need that, but we also need something else. We need transparency in the spot market. I'm just going to go briefly into the spot market. I can talk more about it at the panel. The spot market is the place where the price is set between the gas station and the oil refiner. The oil refiners charge their gas stations more for gas, and we pay more for gas. And a lot of that price is determined on the spot market. The spot market is a really non-transparent entity. And if you want to look at the abuse in the spot market, I'd go to Kathleen Foote's case, where she has traders basically jacking up the spot market price through paper trades that were never transpired in order to jack up the spot market price. And when that spot market price went up, everybody paid more for gasoline, because the price at the pump is determined by the spot market. If we want to get to the issues of how prices go up so suddenly, $1, $1.20, we have to get to transparency in the spot market. We need a public ledger of all transactions. You heard Gordon say they don't know who's selling to whom or for how much. We need a public ledger of all those transactions in the spot market. And we need the Attorney General, frankly, empowered to investigate that ledger and make sure that those trades are on the up and up, and they're not just accomplished in order to jack up the price of gas. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Now it's time for our question and answer portion of the meeting. And we've covered some of the ground that's reflected in these questions, but we want to spend some time drilling down into each one of them. And each of them, we're going to ask you, we're going to make about 15 minutes for each question, and we've selected a couple of the panelists to focus on these questions. Please keep your videos on, however, panelists, because we want to give everyone an opportunity to weigh in. But on the first one, I'll ask David to weigh in, followed by Jamie, and then Severin. Here's the question. It should be up on the screen, but I'll read it. Why did gasoline prices rise so dramatically and suddenly over the summer, leading to the highest differential between California and U.S. prices, despite a sharp downturn in global crude prices, no significant unplanned refinery outages in the state, and no increases in state taxes or fees? I'll ask David to weigh in first. David.
Sure. The refineries ran very poorly in this time frame. I'm talking about the summer, probably starting in the May-June timeframe. And so our analysis indicates that production was off by, in total, about a whole refinery's worth. So there was less gasoline production. Then imports dropped to levels that were lower than 2021. And this is because the freight rates tripled. That is what you had to pay for a ship. If you wanted to charter a ship, this is what you had to pay for. It's 3 times what it was normally. And this is due to the Ukrainian war and the redistribution of global flows of petroleum. Ships, instead of going from Russia to Europe, a 4-day trip, now going from Russia to India, which takes 3 weeks. And then Europe had to be backfilled out of alternative markets, including the United States. So product flows changed dramatically. That jacked up tanker rates. All that resulted in a draw in inventory and high spot prices.
Thank you, David. Jamie, you heard from David. You indicated you have a different view. Let me give you an opportunity to respond.
Two issues. One is initially when profits went up and prices went up, it was due to the Ukrainian situation, and the global crude prices did go up. But the thing is, the profits went up for the oil refiners because they were operating on long-term contracts, and those long-term contracts were much less than the actual world price of crude. So that's one of the reasons they made so much profit initially when these prices spiked. But the other issue is the spot market. And when refineries went down, and I don't even believe there were that many refineries that went down, the price of gas went up not because it cost the oil refiners more to make that gasoline, which is why they had such great profits. It went up because of the spot market price. So what happens is the spot market is a place where it's supposedly a barometer for the commodity. When refiners need it, they buy it. It drives up the price. When they have more, they dump it. It should drive down the price. If it worked perfectly like that, we'd be great. But the spot market doesn't work like that. The spot market is a market that operates really dysfunctionally. It is not every trade has to be recorded. It's based on the price that is listed in OPIS, which is the Oil Price Information Service, an industry newsletter. There's no public ledger for the spot market. We don't know who sold for how much. And that's why it's open to the type of abuse the Attorney General is prosecuting right now. And if the refiners want to, they can jack up the price on the spot market because no one's watching, because one trade or two trades or one sale recorded appropriately on the spot market will send the price going up. So if there's word that a refinery goes down and that translates into a trade on the spot market, that spot market price is then tied to what the gas station owner pays the refiner. And everybody in the state pays more because of that one trade on the spot market, which is why I think the key to this is getting more transparency in the spot market and to getting it all out in the open so that we can actually track the trades and see if they're meant or designed to drive up the price of gas.
Thank you, Jamie. Severin, you've indicated a broader suite of issues you're concerned about, but if you could, just focusing on September, what in your judgment happened?
Yeah, so I'm going to take a middle ground here. I think that there's no question there was a shortage of supply. And what Jamie described as a dysfunctional market, I think most people would call a commodity market. When the marginal supply is very expensive, it drives up the price. That's true in the crude oil market. It's true in the natural gas market. The question is, was that supply so tight because of real shortages, or were those fabricated shortages? And the problem we face in the spot market right now in California is that the market is so concentrated that when the market gets very tight, it can be in the interest of a refiner to reduce their output in order to drive the price even higher. And we saw exactly this in the California electricity crisis in 2000. When you're in a very tight market, you have inelastic demand, it can be worth it to put a little less product out on the market in order to drive up the price. But I want to add one other thing. If you look at what happened to the California spot price, that event was over in 2 weeks. It went way up and it came way down. California is still in a retail price spike 2 months later. And this has nothing to do with the spot price. The spot price has been in line with the rest of the country for the last 7 weeks. And we are still in a retail price spike. And the reason is downstream. That decrease, yes, there's a rockets and feathers phenomenon. I wrote one of the first papers on it, but it is a much longer gradual decline in California than you would expect to see normally. And I think that is a really important question to investigate, because if retail prices had gone up and come down as fast as the spot price did, we would not have seen much of a problem for consumers. It would have been a couple of weeks of pain and over, but that's not what we've seen. And even right now, the mystery gasoline surcharge, as of today, is about 80 cents a gallon. Sorry, I work on too many energy subjects.
Can I ask a quick question to Severin? Severin, would you support a public ledger of all trades on the gasoline spot market, the way the electricity spot market and FERC has a public ledger?
I would have to think about that. I very well might. I think that I would have to think through what that would do to the actual operation of the spot market. But I think greater transparency. But, you know, even if, Jamie, even if you're right and there is manipulation of the spot price upward, but through these sorts of trades that you're talking about, when you look at the data, that's not where most of the price premium is. Most of the price premium is on top of even that reported spot price. So we really need to focus downstream. That's where the biggest problem is.
Great. Well, let me ask Elena, Kathleen, Catherine, would any of you like to weigh in on this question of what happened in September specifically?
Well, I do think the one comment I make is I find it interesting, Jamie, that you did not mention 2019 and 2020, where these refiners lost billions of dollars.
Jamie, how do you respond to that? We got a letter.
I thought it was a rhetorical question. I mean, when the profits double, and you know, and when we say windfall profits, I mean, these are historic profits. When you have the difference between $6 gas in California and $4 gas in America, something is really wrong. And it's clear it's coming out in the profit taking. And it's clear that people are paying the price for that. So I'm not going to cry for the refiners. They've had a really good business over the long haul and an amazing business this year. I'm going to cry for the people who can't afford to get to work because they got to pay $6 a gallon gas.
This might be a good time to move to the second question, which drills into this question of profits. Let me ask our assistant to put the next question up. I will read it. And that is, how do you respond to recent reports that gasoline price spikes also yielded record profits for oil companies? And I would note Catherine's suggestion or question suggested, as did a letter we received from one of the refiners, that the difficulty some of the members of the industry experienced in the past years might have been made up in this period when they had an opportunity to gather more profit. I guess that's a part of the focus of this question as well. What do you think about the profits generally, and should 5 or a very small number of players simply be able to dictate whatever profits at whatever time they see fit? And let me ask David to first respond.
Well, I think that overall the year has been very strong for anybody who's an energy producer. So margins have been up for refiners around the world. It's not just the 5 here or Exxon, but also BP, Total, and others. And so because the war created all these dislocations, that coupled with changes in consumption have led to higher prices and greater profitability for the energy suppliers. So that's true across the board, and it doesn't have anything necessarily to do with the price spike in September. From my perspective, I think the whole issue here is how to ensure supply of transportation fuels, and I think the government did us all a great service by declaring winter a month early and allowing for the blending of winter grade gasoline in October instead of November. So that move increased supply and drove the prices down. I happen to agree with Severin that these persistent high prices have to do with the issues in the marketplace, the structure of the market, and the way everything's put together. And you've heard my views on that. And the price spike here is a transitory thing caused by a combination of maintenance and other war-related issues.
Jamie, your turn.
Well, look, I'm all for refiners making a reasonable profit. And 32 cents per gallon, 40 cents per gallon, even 50 cents per gallon. But when they cross a threshold that they haven't crossed in 20 years, and we're paying $6 a gallon, and they're quadrupling their profits, something's wrong. All we're talking about with a windfall profit cap is setting a reasonable level of profit. Having an incentive to serve this market is not hard. This is a very profitable market for them. And this year it was windfall profitable. So setting a reasonable level of profit is all we're talking about. The problem, though, goes back to the consolidation. It goes back to the 5 oil refiners that make 97% of the gas. And that's at the heart of Severin's problem. It's what's at the heart of my problem. It's what the reason we have a $1.20 difference with California gas prices and US gas prices when it should be 70 cents, if you believe me, 80 cents, if you believe Severn. It's that market power and the way the oil refiners have consolidated the market and exercised that power. We're putting band-aids on that, but because of that power, we need to set a reasonable limit or we're going to get gouged again. We need that price gouging penalty. Otherwise, it's going to go on again.
Catherine, how do you respond to that? Jamie's point is,
yeah, I get his point. I don't agree with it, which isn't a surprise to Jamie. We don't agree on much. But, the example that was given on the winter grade gasoline is exactly what happens when you remove a costly policy. It had the exact result. It lowered cost. So we need to continue to look at policies that have a negative impact on affordability while we're going down this path. Because if we don't, my view is if we don't, the plan for California's climate policy will struggle, if not fail. We have got to make sure on this path that we continue to supply affordable, reliable fuel to meet demand, even as demand is declining. And I hope that this Energy Commission study takes that very seriously. And the reason we only have the amount of refineries we have now, Jamie, if you would look back in the past, we had a bunch more of them that went out of business.
I know I fought to keep one open in Bakersfield, if you remember.
I do. And so
we've been fighting to keep these refineries open. And why are we closing 2 more down to convert them to biofuels? That's going to drive up the price.
I find it absolutely amazing that the state wants us to produce renewable diesel, a diesel that has no fossil in it. And then you want to crucify us for doing it. It is a bit hypocritical.
I'm not the state, but I do know this, that the less gasoline you make, the more money you make. So you make less gasoline. And it plays into your goals as well.
I don't agree with that, as you know.
Catherine, as the representative of industry, just focusing on this question and profits, do you think there's any point at which it makes sense for government to intervene and say, whether it's 50 cents or $1 or whatever it is, that there should be some sort of tax imposed above a certain amount?
You cannot tax your way out of this problem. The only result of a windfall profits tax will make the problem worse. You are sending the absolute opposite investment decision or investment indication to anyone who wants to continue business here. So no, I don't agree with that premise at all. It hasn't worked in the past and it won't work in the future, and it will make the problem worse.
It'll make the price spikes go away because the price spikes will be illegal.
So can I say a few things? First of all, the windfall profit tax would not lower gas prices. It would simply claw back some of the profits from those high prices. Wait
a second, Severn. If we put a cap on it that said you can't make over 50 cents, it would be a discretionary. If we put a cap on
prices, we are very likely
cap on profits, not prices. Right. Every price spike is followed with a profit spike.
Are you done, Jamie? Can I talk now? Okay. I don't have as much experience with antitrust as Kathleen does, but I have quite a bit. And I will tell you that if you come into an antitrust case and say this company made a lot of money, nobody is going to take you seriously with any allegations that they've done anything nefarious. That is a piece of information, but that is in no way an indication of bad behavior. There are plenty of companies who make high profits, like Saudi Aramco, simply by Saudi Aramco is a bad example. They do exercise market power, but a low-cost oil producer simply by being in a market. Any of us who have sold a house in California have made huge profits on it in the last 20 years. We weren't exercising market power. It is concerning, but it is not the fundamental problem. The other thing I will note is that Kathy referred to the governor's policy shift. That was almost 2 months ago. We still have a huge mystery gasoline surcharge hangover from that price spike. And that's not in the spot market, that is downstream. And that's where most of the money has drained out from this last price spike.
Catherine, what do you make of Severin's so-called mystery surcharge?
Well, Severin and I have not agreed on the mystery surcharge, I think, since day one. I think I agree with him that I'm beginning to feel like I have a hangover, but that's about it.
Well, unfortunately, that is generally the oil industry's response, which is no response at all. The typical response is, well, California has higher taxes and fees. The mystery gasoline surcharge removes the higher taxes and fees. So that's not an explanation. What I'm showing in that graph is just data. No one in the oil industry or anywhere has come forward and said, your data are wrong, or you're misinterpreting them, or there's a mistake of any sort. That's just data. Prior to 2015, there was no mystery gasoline surcharge. The differential was pretty much exactly the difference in taxes and fees. Since February 2015, the average mystery gasoline surcharge has been about 30, probably closer to 35 cents a gallon now. That totals over $40 billion. I haven't heard anything out of the California oil and refining industry that explains that.
Well, let's give them a chance to respond.
I think we can explain that
Jamie,
with the
Jamie, why don't we let the industry respond if they wish to? Not hearing. David, you're an expert in this area. Do you want to jump in? Jamie, we'll get to you after David.
Sure. I think Severin's math is correct. I don't disagree with his math. Actually, I feel like it took him a while to get to this point. We've been saying this for some time, that the profitability has grown downstream. I agree with that. And so then you got to wonder, well, how come? What's going on with competition that doesn't destroy these economic rents, this excess profit? And the best explanation I've got is that there aren't enough gas stations. Twice as many licensed drivers in California per station as in the rest of the country. And that's the rest of the country, not U.S. average. So I've learned that one from Severin. Which is, I'm afraid I'm going to get thrown out of the room when I say there aren't enough gas stations, but them's the facts.
So if you could, fewer gas stations, how does that lead to this durable?
There's less competition for drivers, have fewer choices in their buying experience in California than they do in other parts of the country. And so this is very similar to Severin's argument that there aren't enough unbranded stations. Arguably, I'd say there aren't enough stations in total. And this is one of the reasons you see is the skewed numbers on the big box retailers versus the major brands, right? The big boxes do a lot more volume here. And indeed, I think one of the things that came out of PMAC was, and this is really indirect, was when we were talking about these issues, I said, what about the volume weighted stuff? I wound up talking to the Energy Information Administration. They said, yeah, we're looking at it. We realize it's an issue in California. And so a couple years later, and you saw this in the statistics, they rolled out a volume weighted survey that shows the spread between, a difference between their numbers and Gas Buddy. I use Gas Buddy all the time because I really like their numbers, but it's not volume weighted. So this is a different market than the rest of the country, but there are not enough stations. So then you say, well, why not? You know, when I go to industry conferences and I talk to retailers, big retailers who are building stations all over the place, Wawa and Sheetz and BJ's and big brands like that, right? Why don't you come to California? We're not coming to California. You know, you guys got all these goofy regulations. You don't like business. You know, we're quite happy with what we're doing in Oklahoma or Kansas or Texas or Pennsylvania, and we don't need to come to California. So in many respects, the regulatory scenario that we have here in California creates barriers to entry to new market participants.
Great, Jamie, I know you wanted to jump in. Please do.
Well, I don't find it a mystery. I mean, after the Exxon refinery went down in Torrance and we had PMAC, we were the guys who came to PMAC and said, look, there's a difference between branded and unbranded prices for the first time in California. It used to be branded, unbranded prices were maybe 3 cents. Then they suddenly went up to 30 cents. And this was a way that the refiners had of sustaining their profits when the refinery came back online. And that, to me, all goes back to the oil refiners having too much market power over the situation. There are 5 refiners, they make 97% of the gas, and they have branded contracts with over 66% of the branded stations. And those branded stations, they sell their gas at 30 cents or to 40 cents more, which is why you can buy gas 30 to 40 cents less at an unbranded station or a hypermarket like Costco. And that's how they get more profits. Because, and I don't know what, I think it would be very useful to have disclosure of the contracts between the retail stations and the refiners so we know how it works, so we know how the money flows. But clearly the refiners drove that situation because when they make 40 cents more at their gas stations, that comes back to them.
All right, great. Let's move to the third question. We're at time. And this is looking at immediate measures. So I'll ask that we put the next question up, which is, what are your recommendations on immediate measures California should consider to address the differential between California and U.S. prices and to avoid sudden spikes? Second, what are key questions policymakers should consider when evaluating remedies and strategies? Let's start with Catherine, and then we'll go through the group.
Well, you probably won't like any of my answers, but I think short-term and long-term, I mean, we're looking to ban our domestic California crude production, which is only going to require more imports at a higher cost and increase greenhouse gas emissions. It's our first plan. This is the California plan. We're doing everything we can to limit refineries from increasing their capacity. We in the state are making decisions to eliminate gasoline stations at the local level. This is happening around the state. We've got capacity problems at the ports, even though when we want to have and need more imports because we won't produce crude oil here. So we have a tight market and a reduced resiliency when something happens. And I'm just amazed that we're all surprised this has an impact on cost. These are all of the things that we should be looking at. I don't agree that it should be done with bans and mandates. So what would I do short term? I get rid of bans and mandates, but that's not going to be something that's too popular at this hearing. I would also look at an all of the above energy strategy and an energy addition versus a single technology. I don't think putting all our eggs in one basket is a great idea to limit cost impact and increase affordability as we go down the energy evolution. Probably also not a popular suggestion at this hearing. So, I mean, I guess I'll leave it at that for the moment. My frustration will begin to surface.
I just want to reiterate what our vice chair said earlier, and that's we really do genuinely want to hear all suggestions. So your suggestions are not unwanted. We're going to listen to them all and try to develop policies based on that. Let's move next to David.
I think it's important that the state policy doesn't restrict transportation fuel supply. And a lot of that comes back to, and you'll see this when you look at my slides that are on the record, in the docket. this state, the refining capacity in this state has shrunk over the last 20 years. In the rest of the country, it's grown by 19%, something like that. And so, it's the policy of the state to run these people out of business. That's the stated objective. We're going to get rid of petroleum. So the challenge gets to be, okay, fine, I don't think anybody disagrees with that. How do you do it without causing these kinds of pricing problems? And so this becomes a supply issue. I cannot see why gasoline price controls, like windfall profits, a price control measure, right? Price controls cause poorer service and higher prices. They always have. And so I don't think that has anything to do with gasoline supply. It has everything to do with getting back at evil oil, but it won't put another gallon on the market.
Thank you, David. Jamie.
Well, I think a windfall profits cap will keep price spikes from happening, because if you have a cap, and we know with price spikes, there are always profit spikes. We've seen this year. You will prevent the gouging that comes with those price spikes. There's no question about it. There's no question. Now, is that a long-term solution on the gap between US and California prices? It's part of the solution. It's part of the solution. I think transparency is another part of the solution. I think we need transparency in the spot market. I think we need transparency to understand what's going on between the retail gas station and the refiner, because we haven't seen those contracts between them to find out exactly where the money's flowing. We need that transparency. And I think that those are good steps to try to get the market under control while we transition out of it. There is enough money in California for oil refiners to invest in their refineries and keep the gasoline flowing until we make that transition in 2035. And there's still going to be money for all the vehicles that haven't transitioned yet. I find this argument that they can't keep their refineries up because they're going to be going out of business in 10 and 12 years to be just, what, this market is so powerful and so rich for them. So I think that's really a rhetorical argument. The question is, how do we get that transition to the non-petroleum market? And that is going to be a difficult thing. And I don't have that answer, but I think if we all work together, we can figure it out.
We haven't heard from you in a little bit, Kathleen. What do you think might be some immediate measures we ought to consider?
Well, it's at this point, I suppose, that I should issue my usual disclaimer that I'm speaking for myself and not necessarily for my Attorney General or any past or future Attorney General. But I think it's fair to say that gas prices are going to continue to be a priority area for antitrust enforcement. Market power is an issue in all these markets. At all the different levels that Jamie and Severin and Dave have been discussing. So some kind of antitrust scrutiny is very likely from our office, from the Federal Trade Commission, from other states, all of whom have been looking at these things for years. That said, litigation, whether from my personal experience, whether it be to block a merger, as in the Valero case of several years ago, or to remedy price manipulations of the spot market, as in the case we're currently pursuing, requires a major investment of manpower and money by the enforcing agencies. An active lawsuit for us requires 1/3 of our staff, if not more, and millions of dollars in external costs. So basically, relying exclusively on litigation as a solution is not a good idea. There are obviously a lot of other options out there that are being kicked around. Some of them are ones that we've certainly talked about internally, but they're largely outside the jurisdiction of the AG's office. With that said, I think deferring to the others on some of the bigger and better ideas.
Dr. Krieger, is this one you care to weigh in on?
Sure. I think just briefly, I think about this sort of in a longer term transition viewpoint, but as one of the solutions is trying to ensure that some of our lowest income households have access to more efficient cars and newer cars. Currently, they have some of the lowest efficiency cars and oldest cars out there. And so providing financing for purchasing new cars, for purchasing electric vehicles, financing for home charging systems, and once you switch to electric vehicles, ensuring that there's some kind of discounted electricity rate or percentage of income payment plan in place in order to continue to keep those costs low, I think are part of the long-term strategy.
I think that's a perfect opportunity to go to our next question. Question 4 is, we'll ask it to go up on the screen. What's your perspective of the impact of California's higher gasoline prices and price spikes on consumers, households, and communities? You were just talking about that, Dr. Krieger. If you could just expand a little bit.
Yeah, so California is an expensive place to live. Housing is expensive, food is expensive, gasoline is expensive. And these costs have disparate impacts on populations across the state. As I just said, lower income households have older cars and lower efficiency cars on average. Rural households tend to own older cars, cars with lower fuel efficiency, and drive almost 20% more miles than urban households. Richer households drive more overall, which may be due in part to their ability to afford it. Calculating the average percentage of household income spent on gasoline is hard, but Argonne National Lab recently estimated that nationally, households spend about 3.3% of their income on fuel. In California, during October's price spike, the median California household driving the average distance would have spent 7.2% of their income, dropping back to about 5.8% for today's prices. Again, these spikes affect households differently. 30% of Californian households make less than $50,000 a year. Low income, I took a look at what these price spikes might mean for households making $25,000 to $50,000 a year. Low income, but not the lowest. While these households tend to drive less than average, the average household in the middle of this range making, say, $38,000 would have spent about 14% of their income on fuel during those October price spikes. Even today, they would spend 11% of their income on fuel. For rural households, that number jumps to 19% of their income in October. And remember, for certain households, it's much higher across the spectrum. Now let's put this in the context of some of the presentations we heard earlier. Severin estimated an inexplicable surcharge of what looked like about $1.40 per gallon in October. That mystery surcharge alone would be 3% of income for our $38,000 per year household, nearly the same as average total fuel cost burden estimated by Argonne National Lab for the entire United States. Severin, please correct my numbers, but assuming from your graph that the chronic surcharge in 2022 was about half that, then that would come to 1.5% of income for this low-income household. As we saw this morning, refinery cost and profit reached $2.48 per gallon in early October. For our $38,000 per year household, that refinery cost and profit alone would translate to about 5% of their income. Those numbers are a reminder that with those with low incomes, those who cannot afford efficient cars, those working in the gig economy to deliver food or transport people, those with long commutes, are disproportionately impacted by high gas prices and by the volatility of gas prices. Many households do not have room in their budget for unexpected increases in their monthly fuel costs, and those who can least afford high average gas prices also have the least resilience to changes in those prices and the least recourse to buy a more efficient or electric car.
Thank you. Clearly, nobody likes to pay more than they have to for fuel, but it hurts some Californians a lot worse than it hurts others. Thank you for that. Let's go to Catherine to respond to this question about the impacts on consumers and households.
Yeah, I obviously agree that no one wants to see high costs at the pump. That's not good for anybody. So I think what is really important is that as we go into this study that the Energy Commission is going to undertake, that we really think about how do we reduce cost, bring in more resiliency so we can deal with the issues while we're on this energy evolution pathway. And that's a tall order. I'm not going to tell you I have all the answers to that today, but I do think this idea of really sitting down and figuring out what we can do is essential. Or as I said, I mean, affordability will always trump environment when it comes down to it. And so we make our best progress when we have a strong economy, make our best environmental progress when we have a strong economy. So we've got to deal with the cost issue. I know we don't agree on the solutions, but I appreciate you inviting all those different views to the table, as we've said through this conference. So I think we've really got to dive in the study and look at it seriously and figure out how we can reduce cost and increase resiliency in a tight market, or we will continue to struggle with this cost issue.
David.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. Other than California consumers are subject to ongoing high prices beyond the spikes. And then when spikes occur, they cause more of a disruption here than they do in the rest of the country because of the isolation. So, anything we can do to ensure supply and increase competition are things that we should be looking at.
Anyone else wish to comment on this question? All right, we're doing well on time. So let's go to the fifth question before we invite our Dais to jump in. Trevor, did you want to jump in? My apologies.
Yeah, Dave sort of hinted at this, but I just want to make clear that when we talk about affordability, if all we had was the refinery price spikes, the spot price volatility, we would have some very short hardship, but it actually wouldn't be a major deal. The major deal is that when we get those spot price spikes, they last at the retail level for months. And that is a downstream problem. That is not a refinery problem. And I think I just need to keep saying this. Focusing on just creating more gasoline supply is not going to solve the downstream problem. The spot market is telling you most of the time there is enough gasoline. The problem is downstream.
Great, thank you. Let's go to the last question before we get the Dais formally involved. And we're going to ask all the panelists to weigh in on this one, as it's one of the major planks of today's meeting. And the question is, the CEC is undertaking a fuels transition study to examine how California can successfully and economically transition to a clean transportation fuels energy future. What are your thoughts on what the scope of the study should be? What are the barriers to consider for shifting the industry to cleaner fuels? And how can the CEC ensure it provides a full and accurate assessment of the coming changes for policymakers? Let's start with Catherine.
Well, I mean, I hate to repeat myself, but I really do think even in the scoping plan with the ARB, which we commented heavily on, there were several scenarios that got to the goals in a more cost-effective way. There are. Did we choose any of them? No. Are we going to increase domestic supply of crude oil? No. Are we going to continue to put restrictions on refiners? Yes. So I struggle with trying to figure out, but I guess for the study, I would say, I would relook at some of those scenarios that we put out there in the CARB scoping plan that gets you where you need to go, doesn't question California's goals, doesn't question whether they're meritorious or not. It accepts them and says there's just a better way to do it in a way that reduces costs to the consumers. We're not picking any of those, guys. We're just not picking any of them. And I think we should revisit that. I think we should take another look at how to get to California's climate goals in a more cost-effective way that actually can bring more emission reductions to consumers along the way, in my humble opinion.
Thank you. David.
I haven't seen WISPA's scenarios, but Stillwater on its own has been developing scenarios along these lines and comparing them with ARB's scenarios. And I must say that we're nowhere near as aggressive as ARB is in their assumptions. And so what I suspect is we're in a room full of advocates for the transition. You all want this to happen. I get that. But I also wonder if you shouldn't be looking for alternative suggestions about scenario development because you're too optimistic about the future.
All right, Elena.
I'm a scientist, so I'm both excited about this study and have probably more opinions about what should be in it. I think there's obviously a huge potential study, so I wanted to highlight 3 possible areas that I think are important to address. The first is to assess life cycle emissions of greenhouse gases and health-damaging air pollutants, and who is affected by these emissions. The second relates to affordability and access to clean fuels. And the third is a bigger question regarding the interplay of systemic changes in the transportation sector and the adoption of cleaner fuels. For the first, to make truly meaningful decisions about fuel choices, we have to really go into the weeds on life cycle emissions of all fuel types, including both greenhouse gas emissions and health-damaging air pollutants. And for the latter, where those emissions occur and which populations are exposed. For electrification, what are the greenhouse gas impacts of natural gas still used in the power sector, inclusive of methane leakage throughout the gas supply chain? If biomethane is used to either directly or to produce hydrogen, it will likely leak in much the same way that natural gas does currently throughout the entire gas system. What are the associated climate impacts? If carbon capture and sequestration is associated with any fuel production or refineries, what are the impacts on local emissions of air toxics like benzene, or on the energy demand used to power CCS? And what does that do to upstream production and associated emissions of volatile organic compounds and other health-damaging air pollutants? If hydrogen is combusted rather than used in a fuel cell, what happens to nitrogen oxide emissions? What are the greenhouse gas and air pollutant emissions of any biofuel, both on road and at the point of processing? I think there are going to be a lot of difficult trade-offs here, and we can't make effective decisions without a clear understanding of the data. Do you maximize total reductions of greenhouse gases, total reduction of health-damaging air pollutants, or reduce pollution in the most environmentally overburdened communities? These are values-laden decisions and should be made in conjunction with those affected communities. The second large category is related to affordability and access to clean fuels. The first component here is related to operating costs, dollars per VMT per household, or whatever this means in terms of fuel cost burdens in terms of percentage of household income. The second, of course, is volatility. This entire hearing addresses volatility in gas prices, and this can be particularly hard to afford for households with limited savings. What does volatility look like for electricity, hydrogen, or biofuels? Are there energy security concerns related to their supply, like we see for the heavy dependence in California on a limited set of refineries? How will the transition affect gasoline prices and volatility? And what are the upfront costs associated with adopting vehicles using clean fuels, both for the vehicle itself and charging and fueling infrastructure? Are there mechanisms to finance individual households or small owner-operators of heavy-duty truck fleets? Are there economies of scale from coordinating with household-level electrification, such as requiring a single panel upgrade? And then the last category is thinking about alternative transportation sector decarbonization pathways. I think too often when we model clean energy transitions, we fall back on a stock rollover model that looks at replacing one vehicle at a time. However, there are strong arguments to be made that an expansion of public transit, affordable housing near public transit and employment centers, walking and biking and other planning measures can reduce fuel needs. I think it's really important to explore scenarios that look at systemic changes in transportation and housing infrastructure, rather than leaving it structurally in place and assuming we maintain the same overarching architecture with different fuels. If we can reduce demand through systemic changes, it will have ripple effects on fuel supply needs, on emissions, and on affordability. And finally, this is going to be challenging. There are barriers ranging from financing for low-income households to difficult decisions regarding who pays for infrastructure investments. What is important, I think, is to ensure that a broad range of stakeholders are engaged upfront to identify their priorities, particularly for those typically left out of these conversations, and that data and findings are shared in a way that is broadly accessible. What's also important is that while the findings from the study are going to be incredibly helpful for transportation sector planning, we shouldn't wait to set aggressive goals until the study is complete. There's a huge transition, and we have to build momentum now and keep it going for decades.
Thank you for those thoughtful comments. Dr. Bornstein, you've been looking at these issues for a long time, and you saw the graph earlier from Quentin G. that showed the sharp uptick in the adoption of electric vehicles. If that continues apace while the refining capacity reduces, theoretically things could work out smoothly, but we're planning for something not working out as smoothly as that. Can you help us think through what are some of the things we should be thinking about to facilitate this successfully?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One is it won't work out smoothly. I can tell you that right now. We've seen both rapid expansion and rapid declines of industries, and they almost always result in a lot of bumpiness in the pricing of the product. And I think that will happen here as well, and we really need to be planning for that. We are going to see a decline in the number of refineries. They have lots of reasons they exit, and I think that that is going to make the market more prone to disruption from any one refinery, and it's going to also create more market power. Not just at the refining sector, which there really isn't much evidence at this point of, but downstream, because those brands have a lot of power downstream. So I want to keep a focus on, as we get departure of these stations, remembering that 2/3 of that mystery gasoline surcharge, more than 2/3, is downstream. And we are going to face a more brand heavy and more concentrated market likely when we start getting departures. Those departures are going to be very lumpy relative to the market. And just like we see with semiconductors and a lot of other capital intensive industries, you can get a lot of price volatility when that happens. And the demand for semiconductors is far more elastic, so it gets much more smoothed out. Gasoline is going to be even more bumpy. And then the last thing, and I always need to throw this in when we talk about California's energy transition. California is less than 1% of greenhouse gas emissions in the world. What matters for California is the pathways, and creating the pathways that the rest of the world will look at and say, that's a good idea, and follow. And if we screw this up, whether it's gasoline prices or electrical load exceeding the supply or whatever, it's going to put a black eye on all of the energy transition. I am a veteran of this from the California electricity crisis and watched up close what it did to restructuring electricity markets. It froze it basically worldwide. People saw what California did and said, whoa, we don't want to go there. And that is the absolute worst thing California could do for fighting climate change. So we really need to make sure that we are staying on top of these equity issues and affordability issues while also doing a rapid transition.
Thank you. Jamie, would you like to opine on this one?
I tend to, I tend to defer the space to Elena and her concerns about subsidies to low-income people and getting people more access to affordable vehicles and affordable cars and efficient cars. But I do have to say this about the planning. It was a shock, honestly, because I'm not always watching the oil industry. I'm watching other things, to learn that these 2 refineries were going offline to become alternative fuel refineries. And there's no question that had an impact, allowing those refineries on these latest price spikes. I mean, I'm not saying it's a supply issue. It could be a spot market issue. But when you take a Martinez refinery offline, and it sounds really terrific, we're going to convert to biofuel, then, you get hit with these price spikes, it just suggests a lack of planning. I mean, I think as we transition, we have to be really thoughtful to make sure that the gas supply is ample and there. And I assume these refiners had to get permission to transition the refineries. We need to plan for the fact that it isn't going to be smooth, that people are going to be in vehicles that require gasoline for a while, and we need to make sure that there's an ample supply in the market as we make that transition. So the other thing I would say is, I think you need to do a little bit more outreach on this alternative fuel study. I'm part of a group called the Last Chance Alliance, which is like 100 groups that they're really interested in ending oil drilling and oil and petroleum, and like none of them really heard about it. So I think getting some outreach and some ideas from other communities, I think like you're doing today, would be really important. It was the first time it was on my radar so we want to bring more groups in, because honestly, this group of people isn't a big enough brain trust to get this thing done. I was on the 2000 gas pricing task force with Severin. I mean, having the same 6 people in the room talking about this stuff isn't gonna get it done. You need a lot of new ideas, and I'm happy to help you spread the word. But I think outreach to get new players involved in this would be really important.
Well said, Jamie, and that's precisely what we plan to do going forward. But I do want to thank each of the 6 of you for earnestly and thoughtfully responding to all of our questions. Please don't go anywhere. I'd like to hand the mic back to Vice Chair Gunda, and I know we're going to get questions and comments from the dais.
Thank you, Drew. Thanks. We observed that Heather did not have to jump in anywhere for time check, which is great. And thank you for facilitating that conversation in a respectful and thoughtful way to promote collaboration. So I have a million questions, and I know that I do not have personally the time to ask all my questions, and I know we have a lot of ideas here. Just checking on time. So we have half an hour, or what's the?
You could take a full hour, actually, if you chose to. We have scheduled public comment at 4.
Got it. Thank you. So we'll see how exhaustive we want to go here. So let me kind of just start with a couple of questions, and I want to just go one question at a time, and we'll come back so everybody has a chance to ask questions on our side as well. So a couple of high-level points I think I took away from the conversation is, kind of going to David, your kind of comments broadly on just making sure that we do not do anything to reduce supply, do everything we can to increase competition and keep it going. And I also heard from Dr. Bornstein specifically the importance of not only thinking about the price hikes or the spikes, the needle peaks that we're seeing, which is troubling, but also the overall increase in the gas prices and what that's doing. And we know that the Attorney General's office does not want to comment on some of the things, but look forward to hearing in a broader kind of importance to thinking about antitrust issues given this transition. And a big fan of Dr. Kruger and her work on DACAG, just bringing the equity into the conversation. So we had a lot of good ideas, but I want to start with Catherine because Catherine, first of all, I want to just reiterate what Drew mentioned, which is if we do the planning right and if we move the conversation of transition well in California and really be a model globally for energy transition and clean economies and helping the planet survive for a large amount of time for our future generations, it's important that representation from the oil industry is at the table. So thank you for joining our conversation today and being bold and brave to lay out your points of view, regardless of who agrees or not agree, right? Because it's an important part of the discussion is the diversity is captured. So I want to begin with you on just the question on, given that if we all can talk together, right, even though our policy differences, you laid out your policy differences very clearly from where the state is broadly moving towards. The first point is, how do we have the representation from refining, oil and gas feel welcome here to be here today? So they can be a part of the conversation. So for example, I just want to draw a comparison with the AG's office with Kathleen Foote here. She can't speak about everything that she's working on, but she's willing to be here and let us know that she cannot, for legal reasons, comment on certain things, right? What it does is improves transparency for the broader public. It allows the public to trust a process. And for us to not have large swaths of the refining industry being asked to be here and welcome to be here and decide not to, it just doesn't allow for trust building and have a broader collaborative conversation. So I just wanted to ask you, what could we have done to have the refineries to be here today?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Gunda, I appreciate that comment or question. But first of all, it isn't unusual at all that I am here representing the oil and gas industry. It's my job. It happens all the time. I mean, when we have carb scoping plans, you don't see 5 refiners or 5 producers at the podium, right? I'm representing them in my capacity of this trade association. That's not unusual. I do think it would have been better to have a conversation about that prior to sending 5 letters out, which frankly surprised everybody. So I think there could have been a little more conversation about what we were trying to do, that would be helpful. I do think all the refiners responded, and I think you saw and heard, as you have from the Attorney General's office, that many of these issues are difficult to have given the antitrust concerns. And we try to do our work through the PIRA protections of the Energy Commission on transmitting that information so that those conversations can be had. I think the fact that your staff receives that kind of information, and I think as Gordon described, certainly the views of impacts on market volatility, I think that was all very helpful. So I think this fuels, I call it a fuel evolution study, you call it a transition study, I think is an opportunity for that. And so I would say, let's make sure we go into that with making sure our goals are aligned, which is basically to increase affordability and resiliency in a tight market that we have invented ourselves. So let's not act surprised at the situation. We have instituted many policies that brought us where we are. And so we now know that the state wants to go in a certain direction. So let's prepare for it. I would say I didn't agree with many statements, but at the end, I actually agreed with many. I think Elena's statements on life cycle emissions was absolutely critical. We've commented big time on that in the scoping plan. It is going to be challenging, but I think we're all up for that challenge. And I think usually at the end, I always tend to agree with Severin that, it's not going to be a smooth road. It's just not. It's going to be struggle. It's going to be a challenge. And we've got a plan for that. And, we're finding ourselves in a place we've never been before. We have stated goals to reduce petroleum dependency in a very short time, in my opinion, and we don't have a great plan to do it that will take out market volatility. So I think the study that you've engaged on is going to be very, very important. And I think I like the idea of having everybody have a seat at the table. But it's going to be critical that we scope it outright, that we get some input on how we should scope it, so that we can really work to resolve some of the real issues that face us.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. Just a quick follow-up, and I'll pass it on to Chair here. So just to follow up on that. So again, the premise of my question is to make sure, all of us feel like, the public process is for all of us, right? We all need to be. But I think I wanted to reiterate that, yes, you as a representative of VESPA generally represents the industry in most of these proceedings, and not everybody can be there. But given, how important this is to Californians, this particular incident, this particular year, I think it would have been a good show of confidence, trust building, faith to be in the room, to have that conversation and be able to just be a part of that. I just want to say that that's my truth, and I want to make sure that I share that. So the next thing is, you exclusively talked about the profit, so the overall, the premium in California being, driven by state policy, right? So the public policy, and there's a lot of conversation here in both downstream and upstream profits and how that plays into it. Regardless of what we do about it, right? I mean, regardless of where we are going, to just set the stage, could you comment a little bit on your take on the profits? I mean, the profit numbers has come out, right? So there is a broad interest in the public, and the whole purpose of CEC here is to be a neutral venue to ensure that the data is out there, so people feel like they are understanding what's going on. So I'm asking you to take the opportunity to just articulate from your vantage point, what does this profits mean, right? So where are the profits coming from? How do you see the interaction of the refinery profits or broad profits in the oil and gas industry related to the gas prices? So if you could just comment on that to level set from your perspective, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, I think, as we've looked at the data, I did submit a slide deck. I'm not asking you to necessarily pull it up, but certainly earnings are similar to every other S&P 500 company. There are many that are above us and many that are below us. So I really don't, I think the more important thing is to focus on how we can increase supply and bring more resiliency to a very tight market in California based on policies that have got us here. And I know that might not be a satisfying answer to you, Vice Chair, but that's how I feel about it.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll continue to come back to that question. So I'll pass it on to the chair.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you all for being here. Really appreciate all your testimony and contributions, and Kathy as well. I do appreciate you sharing your perspective, and I don't think anybody expects we're all going to agree on everything, but I do think to just reiterate the Vice Chair's comments that a big part of the goal here is to always have a table where everyone can sit and we can exchange views. And I just want, one point I do want to reiterate, because I really hope this does not repeat again, not having folks show up. I personally sent the letter to all 5 refiners. We have had calls, which I actually thought in many cases were productive calls prior to this. And this is unprecedented. And there's a difference to me between electing to attend but not respond to questions that may raise antitrust issues versus not attending at all. And I really think, in my nearly 10-year career at the Energy Commission, this has never happened before. We've had, workshops, commission meetings, hearings on natural gas, all kinds of transportation, every energy industry in the state, and we have always had attendance. So I just really want to reiterate, it's my hope going forward that this kind of thing doesn't happen before, again, in terms of participation. But I did want to ask one follow-up question.
I would like to comment to that, Chair,
okay, you're welcome to, yeah.
In response also to Vice Chair Gunda's question, is those are the kind of conversations that can be very effective because you can have them individually. It's very hard to have those in a collective forum. And so I'm glad that you reached out, and I'm glad that those conversations have been productive, because they are conversations that you cannot have in a public forum. So I'm glad that that's at least yielded some benefit.
Yeah, that was fruitful. However, I do think there are a number of things that can be shared publicly, and just in terms of even ideas for future remedies, and that would be my hope, is that at least that dialogue can occur. But I did want to drill in on one thing that Jamie Court asked, which was around greater transparency in the spot market. And really, Kathy, I guess this is for you to get your response to that question, the feasibility and the prospect of what is your response to the direction he was trying to go on urging greater transparency in the spot market itself?
Yeah, I don't know specifically about the spot market, but I do know that in the past, when there have been requests under pirate protection, we've been very willing to look and consider those. So if there are things, I think Gordon had a couple that he mentioned would be helpful. I think we're happy to look at those and see if that would provide the necessary information to the commission that, you're looking for. So I think we're open to considering what those might be.
Okay, thank you. That was it for me, Vice Chair.
If I could just weigh in on that, and I'm sure Kathleen would say, information is a double-edged sword here. It can be used to make markets more competitive and transparent, and it can also be used to coordinate and collude. And so you have to, the antitrust law on information sharing and information transparency is not cut and dried, that's necessarily a good thing. I do appreciate that we've had some real problems with indexes, the LIBOR scandal being the most obvious one, where we trust a company like Opus or LIBOR to put together indexes and they're manipulated. So from that perspective, that's why when Jamie asked me would I support this, I think you would have to really think it through carefully to make sure it's a net plus and doesn't actually help companies coordinate.
Thank you. Go to Senator Limon.
Thank you. I will say that I found this discussion quite engaging, and I appreciate the authenticity of the remarks, and also the passion that I think kind of goes into trying to solve a complicated issue for our constituents here in California. My first question is for Catherine. And so we've heard quite a bit today on the theme of information and data. And I think one of the pieces that I have questions about has to do with the obstacles that you see in sharing information specifically related to maintenance and closures of the refineries. Can you speak to what you perceive are those barriers? Certainly considering that we are a state that knows very well how to keep confidentiality in terms of some of the data. It's not inconsistent with existing policy. So outside of confidentiality, what are those barriers to getting this information that we've pretty much heard across the board is needed in order to better understand this issue?
Yeah, as I said, thank you, Senator. And getting an echo there. As I stated earlier with, sorry about that, Devin Bornstein's comment as well, it is for competition reasons, right? It is for making sure that you're keeping things confidential so that there isn't any impact in the market. It is extremely important with a competitive industry as ours that that information is protected under PIRA. It is why the Energy Commission put PIRA in place. And so I think, again, as long as there is PIRA protection, we would be interested in understanding what it is that the Energy Commission needs that it doesn't already get.
Thank you, and I think that that's important. I feel like if we can keep that PIRA protection, then it sounds like there's an openness to providing additional information, and I very much appreciate that. This actual question, I asked a question earlier this morning related to name brand gasoline stations. It came up yet again in this conversation, and I just wonder if Director Bohan can speak a little bit to the answer we got. I would love that answer to be on record in terms of what the commission study originally found when the study was conducted a few years ago and what it found most recently in terms of that price differentiation.
Certainly. We got the information back from Gordon Shrimp, who spoke this morning. He looked it up. He didn't supply, I'll ask him to do so. I'm sure he's still listening, and if he can text me that. But what he did respond to is your specific question, which is what happened after the period described in the paper you referred to that the Energy Commission published in 2019. Here's what he said. During 2021, that difference averaged 31 cents per gallon. Leading up to the last price spike in 2022, this being January through August of 2022, the average difference was 32 cents, about the same. However, the average for September jumped to 44 cents per gallon, so the premium did move higher, he points out.
Thank you. And I think that differentiation in a matter of August to September is quite significant. To go from 32 cents to 44 cents for brand gasoline is a piece that I have found fascinating. And I'm not actually quite sure that I understand the reasons for that. So I don't know if this question is directed specifically to Mr. Hackett or to Catherine, but if someone could just speak to why are we seeing such significant difference in a matter of 30 days?
Why it changed so much in 30 days, I don't know. I haven't looked at the numbers. My personal experience is that I go to the gym on Monday mornings, and every 2 weeks I go to Costco in Tustin and fill up. And then I drive by the Chevron that's nearby, 70 cents more. Right? So why in the heck would anybody pay 70 cents more for gasoline? Well, the answer to that is they like Chevron better than they like Costco. They could go to Costco or they could go to the AM/PM. Not members at Costco, they go to the AM/PM that's a mile down the other direction. So there's something about the power of the brand that draws in customers. I'll confess that we've looked at market share for the high-priced brands, and their share has eroded only sort of marginally. You would think for 70 cents, people would drive around the world almost. I'm exaggerating, of course. But you get things at that brand that you don't get at Costco. You get a car wash, you get at the store, you can go in and get a cup of coffee or a pack of cigarettes. You can buy mid-grade, you can wash your windows, and you can fill up your tires. And so there are features in those stores that some of the low-price brands don't have. These folks could go could go to AMPM as well, which is only a mile away. And AMPM offers most of those amenities as well, but at a low price. And so, you know, when people say, well, why are the prices so high? And I said, they don't have to. You can go to AMPM, go to Costco. Consumers are making choices to do these things.
All right, so what I'm hearing from you is that your speculation on an answer to that is really just a consumer decision. It's not that the gasoline actually is better quality. It's not necessarily that, you know, I'm trying to better understand it. And I feel like if there is not that information, I feel like there would be value in actually understanding why there's a 44-cent difference over a 30-day period, or generally, you know, even 32 cents or 22 cents is a bit of a difference. And I respect whatever the consumers decide, and certainly if they want to pay 70 cents
and I haven't
more.
looked at the data, but one of the reasons that spread got wider over time is that after the peak, the high-priced brands held their prices up longer, and the lower end of the market fell away faster, and creating a greater gap. But again, I haven't looked at the data.
Thank you, and hopefully we can, you know, find more information, and perhaps that's the next step, whether it's for the commission or whether it's for the legislature to kind of also think about. There are some significant price differences, you know, within a 30-day period that compound this issue for our consumers. And I think.
Just weigh in before we move on from that question. I want to second what Dave said on that. Generally, unbranded stations move up and down faster with the spot price than branded stations do. Branded stations tend to move in a more gradual way. I'm not sure that's consistent with the data reported for September, but on the consumer choice issue, yes, I respect consumer choices, but if there aren't many unbranded stations, then consumers aren't going to choose them because they're further away. And so I think a question, and I don't know what the answer is, that's why I keep encouraging a real investigation, not a law right now. But I think a real question we have to ask is, why are there so few unbranded stations in California? And why don't consumers have more easy choice towards them?
Thank you, and perhaps that also gets added to this broader understanding of why there is that price differentiation. And finally, I think, you know, this is a broader question, and I'm not sure who to direct it to, but, you know, we've talked a lot about the cost that we know, the cost that we see, the cost that consumers can understand. But I think, you know, having worked a little bit in kind of trying to understand all this, we know that there are also hidden costs to taxpayers, and those were mentioned in terms of the health impact. And certainly when we see, you know, profit, we can debate whether it's more excessive or not, but there's no, I think, dispute that there's significant profit. We also think about the impact of some of these hidden costs that weren't part of the conversation today, but that certainly are part of how folks making some of these policies decision thinks. You know, the cost there is for the health and also the safety. You know, one of the questions that I ask myself, you know, when we think about the profits, are those profits that also safeguard the communities where, you know, this oil is being transported or being extracted? I think a lot about, no surprise for those that have followed some of the work that I've done, you know, idle wells, abandoning wells, the maintenance that goes in there. And so I hope that in future conversations, we will maybe also include some of those hidden costs, some of those costs, because, you know, there are elements where if taxpayers are already bearing the cost of high gasoline, in addition to the cost of the health impacts of pollutants in the air, of safety impacts in our communities, it's a much greater cost that I'm not sure we were able to tackle in this conversation, but I don't want it to be missed. that it is also part of these greater conversations. And I think it's perhaps some of the impetus in also thinking about why the policies are where they're at. I don't think some of these policies were just created because someday someone got up and said these are good policies to move forward in the state of California. They came as a result of the trade-offs that all of us have agreed that there are, but the understanding that some of the trade-offs are extremely significant to our taxpayers in this state. So I just wanted to make sure to be very clear about that, when the suggestion was made, I think, within the last hour about having more people at the table, it's also to include some of that type of information that impacts our taxpayers and our communities.
Senator, the only thing I would offer in addition to that would be, and I appreciate your comment, but my only thing I would offer and employ the commission to look at is the issue that Elena brought up on life cycle emissions, because there is no energy source that is free of problems. There is no energy source that is free of health issues. There is no energy source that doesn't have an impact. And so if we're going to look at it, we have to look at it holistically with all energy sources, not just the oil and gas industry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dr.
I just wanted to expand that briefly too to, life cycle costs. So who is going to pay for sealing and monitoring all of those abandoned and idle wells? Who is going to pay to remediate refineries if they close? Who is going to pay for battery and fuel cell recycling and end of life? And so making sure that those are fully brought into those comparisons.
Thank you, Dr. Kruger. Just before I pass it on to Commissioner Monahan next, just want to follow up on a question that Senator Limon mentioned here, specifically to David. You kind of mentioned about increasing competition. You talked about how we have just one station for X number of consumers in California. Do you have within California data of any specific regions that showcase that there is better ratio of gas stations and thereby witness some of your hypothesis to be true within California?
No, I don't have that data, but it wouldn't surprise me that the commission does. They get pricing data, I think, daily at the gas station level. So they might very well be able to tease something out of that.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Monahan?
Well, I want to congratulate Drew Bowen, first of all, for facilitating this conversation. You did it really adeptly and well, and I feel like everybody participating in this panel had a chance to be heard and to be recognized. I think, as Senator Limon said, people came with authenticity and really trying to get to the heart of matters that we may disagree profoundly on, but still we need to be respectful to each other, and we want this to be a forum where everybody's voice is heard. I want to say that from my perspective, this has been an extremely sobering conversation. I actually thought I came in here pretty well steeped in the issues, and I learned that I wasn't as well steeped as I thought. Some of the issues that are sobering to me are, first, the periodic price spikes are intensifying. They have real impacts on families, as Dr. Kruger highlighted, and with the lowest income families in particular being the most hard hit. We have this inexplicable mystery surcharge, as Professor Borenstein has named it, which was born somewhat inexplicably around 2015, which we don't understand. Market consolidation could be increasing. So we have 5 refineries producing 97% of our refined products. We could have fewer in the future. This could be a worse problem in the future, and that is really frightening. I think this highlights the importance of the fuels transition study that Vice Chair Gunda is helping to shepherd with the team, and just the complicated issues that we're going to have to navigate with a lack of information, I would say, to have a full accounting. And my question to the panel is really, we've kind of touched around the edges of some of this, but what explicitly do we need to be able to understand why there's a mystery surcharge, why California pays more, beyond just the programs. I think we've done a good diagnostics into what are the costs of the low carbon fuel standard or the climate cap and trade program, which does reinvest in California. This is not just like taking from the pockets of people and not giving back. It actually gives back. It's not a profit. It doesn't go into the pockets of investors. It goes back to Californians. And but still there is a certain amount of either profit or just a mystery where it's coming from that we don't understand. So I'm wondering if anybody can kind of walk through what they would recommend data that we currently don't have that we should get. And I think just to cover some of the categories we've discussed. So we have SB 1322, which is going to provide gross and net margins from refiners. That'll provide some information. I think that'll be helpful. We don't know the average price of crude oil that refineries are paying in their long-term contracts. We don't have much spot market transparency, including downstream. We don't know the maintenance schedule. We don't know necessarily how the maintenance schedule aligns with gasoline inventories to insulate against price spikes. So those are some of the categories of information. I'm just curious if anybody on the panel can talk about where you see the most value in terms of getting new information.
I'm happy to weigh in on this. I do have to once again remind you that more than two-thirds of this premium is downstream from refiners. So simply finding out how refineries work is not addressing most of the problem. I think there are complex contracts between refiners and their retail outlets that we know almost nothing about, that can easily be used by refiners to keep prices up, or could potentially easily be used. I'm not sure if they're doing it, but I have encouraged many different political entities, including the Assembly Select Committee, the offices of a few members of the House of Representatives, the offices of a few state legislatures, to find out more about the contracts that refiners have, the prices they charge, the price schedules that they use with these retail outlets, the differences between dealer tank wagon pricing and branded rack pricing, how zone pricing works, because the refiners price differently to different of their branded stations, which is why the Chevron at Shattuck and Ashby in Berkeley was charging 70 cents a gallon less than the Chevron about a mile away in Berkeley last week. That is not coming from the retailer. That is coming from upstream. Those are the questions we have to dig into. But to do that, you need an entity that has real power to compel that information disclosure and to keep it private. And I'm not sure how to do that. But I think that if we don't go down that road, we don't solve the more than two-thirds of the mystery gasoline surcharge that is not about supply of California gasoline.
Thank you, Dr. Bornstein. Jimmy, do you have a response?
Yeah, just one thing. We do know under SB 1322, we will know the cost of crude oil from the refineries. That's going to come out under SB 1322. That we will know that. And I do think Severin's right. We need to get into those contracts. The only way to do it, though, as history will prove, is a subpoena, someone with subpoena power. And if the Energy Commission made a recommendation to the Senate to create a select committee, kind of like the committee that looked into the energy crisis and the Enron crisis, which did deploy subpoenas, that would be a very, very valuable exercise. And I think coming from the Energy Commission, the Senate leadership might actually listen to them.
There is an Assembly Select Committee on gasoline pricing.
Yeah, but they don't have subpoena power. I mean, no. Senate has subpoena power. I'm not sure the Assembly has subpoena power.
Okay.
Thank you, Jimmy. Commissioner McAllister?
Yeah, thanks. So Commissioner Monahan hit many of the points I was going to make kind of leading up to my question. But I and Severin, totally hear you on the downstream, the importance of the downstream piece. And I guess, earlier, like in the morning, I asked about sort of what data we would need to get a sense or a better analytical basis for understanding market power at the refineries. And I guess you're suggesting that kind of an analysis could be done maybe at the retailer level, but even sort of backing up into the upstream dynamics with the refiners via those contracts. And so I think that's potentially a very fruitful way to go. I guess I'm a little confused about why there's a focus on say subpoena power when I mean it seems like a statutory kind of approach could just imbue the Energy Commission with any additional authority we might need to sort of complement our existing, admittedly pretty deep authority to gather data from energy suppliers. So hold on just a second. So, like subpoena power is a kind of a kludge when it seems like we ought to be able to find a structural solution that actually does give us the authority to just routinely collect this kind of data and keep it and any sort of proprietary information out of the public view as a basis for us, sort of making sound policy recommendations. And so I guess I'm wondering why that's not kind of a focus of the suggestions here.
I hate to be the guy who basically says something negative to the host, but the California Energy Commission has been looking at this stuff for 20 years and has not made a damn bit of headway on it. And a lot of it is about PIRA. It's about partially because all this information is really private. And, we rely on Gordon Schrempp. I've heard Gordon Schrempp do this for 20 years. He's very good at it, but he doesn't get to the bottom of these issues. And that's not necessarily your job to get to the bottom of these issues. And that's why I feel like a legislative solution is necessary, because otherwise we're going to be here. It's going to be an endless cycle. The Energy Commission has a certain way about doing things, and the information it provides is really great. But as you say, it's sort of it's not a prosecutorial approach, and a prosecutorial approach is needed in this circumstance.
Okay, so I understand that perspective. I guess I still am not quite. I mean, that would be a statutory fix to routinize the collection of this kind of data. And whether that gets passed on to DOJ, I think, the others, the others on the panel can opine about that, particularly Kathleen. So, maybe I'm not sure we need to have that conversation right now at this moment, but I think that's in my view, at least, that's the strength of the Energy Commission, is that we do collect this kind of data. So, but my second question, and then I'll wrap, is along the lines of sort of, how do we make progress and not spin our wheels around, say, the mystery surcharge? And it seems like we've kind of been circling around that issue and kind of are agreeing to disagree, at least implicitly, about what is driving, whether, how much, and what's driving this surcharge. It seems like no one has really. I mean, it seems like we're controlling for everything we can think of to control for, and we're still left with this gap. And sort of there's this sense from the industry that it's sort of this policies or risk or difficulty doing business in California, but that's just kind of too vague to be actionable. And I guess I'm kind of wondering, maybe Catherine, do maybe just write out, and this is in a completely good faith kind of posture from myself and all of us on the dais and in this conversation, because I totally agree with Vice Chair Ginda that we need to feel safe to come forward and debate these issues with full respect. But I guess I just am wondering, what's your view of like, okay, this 40 cents or whatever it is, mystery surcharge, it sounds like you sort of are chalking it up to some sort of risk premium. But I guess I'm wanting a little bit more flavor there, more color.
Yeah, I thank you, Commissioner. I think Mr. Hackett's probably better to address that particular mystery surcharge issue. But I would say, to your question of it being vague, I think in our conversations under the CEC's study that's being planned, I think it's a very good place to dive into what I think is not vague. I mean, we've spent, 4 years now dealing with the different scenarios in the scoping plan with the ARB. And we've gone through extensive analysis on what the impacts are going to be on affordability from these various scenarios. And so I think, looking through that again under this study to make sure the path we've chosen is actually going to be one that people around the world can look at and say, yeah, that's going to work. Versus, in my opinion, the one we are is the one we're going to struggle with. It's going to be very rough, very bumpy, very challenging. And I do think there are better options. I think this is a great opportunity to dive a little deeper in that. And I'm not, again, I am not questioning or putting on the table that California's goals should be changed. We didn't do that in the scoping plan. We accepted them, and all of our scenarios are based on them. Whether I agree with them or not, we accepted them and did not debate them. So I think, it won't be something we'll be able to do probably in the next 10 minutes, but I do think we can dive in deeper as to options and pathways that would not have this kind of market volatility associated with them as we go forward.
Okay. I wanted to just ask if Kathleen had any, if the Attorney General's office had any sort of response to that sort of dynamic, just really briefly. I know we can't delve into it too deeply. And then I wanted to get Severin maybe to comment on the long tail of price declines versus the sharp increase of and sort of, what data we would need to kind of understand that area under the curve that really is hitting consumers over the medium term. So then I'll be quiet after that.
Well, we're talking about the points that Severin is making about downstream, right? And who would you subpoena if you could? Sort of walking out on a limb here. If the commission or if my office were to subpoena all of the contracts about the supply contracts for all of the stations, branded and unbranded in California. That would be a big job. And the question is, there are two questions. One is, what would we find? Suppose we even found confirmation of the notion that the brands are dictating essentially are exercising their market power at the station level. There's still a question for my office as to whether that's a violation of law, and it's a complicated one in a market where there are so few players. There may not be the kind of collusion that a court is going to accept as constituting a violation that calls for treble damages, possible criminal prosecution, all kinds of different things. Courts are pretty reluctant to do that, especially if there may be some kind of ostensibly pro-competitive rationale behind it. I mean, courts, you can imagine what a corner you would be in if you were a judge trying to decide those kinds of issues with huge stakes riding on the outcome. I mean, that's really all I can say. The ultimate answer, of course, is just keep making sure that there are plenty of competitors out there. Hopefully the fuels transition will bring new competitors into the market and not just the same old competitors wearing different clothing. That's a significant issue. Exactly what information should be gathered really depends on what you want to do with it. And I guess that's the first question. And my office is obviously limited in ways that yours is not as to what to do with it.
Yeah, if I can first weigh in on Kathleen's response and sort of say, the Attorney General's office is in the business of prosecuting. That's what they do. They don't formulate new regulatory policy. And I think the idea that we're going to find something that is prosecutable is such an extreme long shot that it's really not a good place to focus. What we need is a real expert study that looks at what's going wrong and looks at what are the potential regulatory relief. And we have examples in other states. I would not endorse all of them, divorcement, which is a requirement that refiners not own gas stations. Open distribution, which is a requirement that any station under ownership or leasing is allowed to buy at the rack, doesn't have to buy a DTW. These sorts of interventions in the vertical structure can be a way to change the dynamic. Now, I'm not sure if they're a good idea, and people keep asking me, well, what's the solution? We don't know what the problem is yet. So first we have to figure out where things are going wrong. On rockets and feathers, this is a well-documented phenomenon. I wrote a paper back 25 years ago on this. It's still true that gas prices go down more slowly. It is primarily a retailing phenomenon, but that doesn't mean the refiners, as I said before, aren't part of that decision. They have tremendous power over retail prices. The numbers I have seen in California in the last 5 years suggest that the feathers are dropping even more slowly than they usually do. And is that a sign of market power? It's probably a sign of some sort of market power, but it may not be a sign of anything other than people don't really pay attention, which is why every time I talk to the media, I end by saying, tell your listeners to go shop around, because shopping around is what will drive the price down quickly. But I do think that one thing we need is a study that says, is this really different in California right now over the last 5 years? Anecdotally, it sure looks like it. And the last 2 months sure look like it, but I don't have a hard study for you.
Well, I would just end thanking everybody and just saying, the fact that there have been all 5 commissioners here for most of the day, I think is emblematic of how important we think this topic is. And I really just want to thank the chair and vice chair and everybody for all the panelists for the amazing insights. So really looking forward to building on this going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner McAllister. I know we have until 4 before we open for public comment. So I do want to take one more shot at another question for David and Professor Bornstein here. Just on the broad strokes of the discussion, I guess we've identified a number of reasons why there might be higher prices in California, and both, as Commissioner McAllister and Commissioner Monahan noted, a few of them are pretty well understood. We get it. That there's contribution, and whether we are doing that because it's for the greater public good and how we're redistributing all of them is a completely different issue. Just on the downstream effects, we just talked about specifically refineries and downwards, and the importance of understanding that question. I just wanted to ask David, you and Professor Bornstein, if you can comment on what is your hypothesis on why that downstream higher margins between, whether it's name brand or not, why are we seeing that? And two, is there other things that are playing into the downstream contributors to the prices? So just wanted to kind of get a little bit of sense of your hypothesis on that.
Sure. So it comes back to retail competition. So some things that aren't in evidence here is that there are a lot of branded gas stations out there. They're not owned by the refiners. They're owned by independent companies, many of them publicly listed, who own and operate these branded stations. They may have Shells and Mobiles and Exxons and whatevers, right? And so they've negotiated a contract with refiners for gasoline supply. There's a fair amount of that, and you just can't tell who. If you go into a Mobil station to fill up, guess what? There's no Mobil. There's no Exxon Mobil. That's somebody else's gas station. And so the ownership of those stations is not well known. If you want to, if you want to go look at retail segmentation, that might be useful. You might really learn something here. Another thing is that, and I should have mentioned this earlier, and I apologize for not saying this, you can't tell what somebody is paying for gasoline when you look at the price on the street because of the loyalty programs, right? And so that's 10 cents or 20 cents or 10% or whatever. It varies from company to company from time to time. So you really don't know, you know, that the folks walking in at my hypothetical Chevron might be very well getting 20 cents a gallon and then feel like they're getting a good deal. But why are there higher margins? Because there can be. The market figured out that because there isn't that much competition, they figured out in 2015, basically what happened, the price spikes drove prices up, and that Exxon problem drove the prices up, and then the spot market fell away. It was still pretty volatile the rest of the year, but it fell away. Retail prices stayed up. Okay, they learned that consumers would pay more.
Thank you. Dr. Bornstein, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, so I agree with what Dave has said. I think that it would be really interesting to learn the contractual relationships of different stations and see if that's part of the whole dynamic. If those independent branded stations, if the ones buying at the rack actually move their prices more quickly and keep less of a premium. I think it's quite possible, and I will just say, this is all hypothesis. That's why we need a commission, but I think it's quite possible that the very high level of concentration we have at the refinery level, combined with these vertical contracts that give them a lot of control over downstream prices, means that they are able to actually, instead of having 5 different Chevrons competing with one another in a town, it's all Chevron setting the price. So we have the appearance of a lot of gas stations, but we actually have fairly few real competitors. And that, I think, is a real possibility. I do not have the evidence to say I'm sure that's what's going on. But I think that the concentration in refining, which has some checks on it at the refining level due to threats of imports and so forth, does seem to also affect the downstream competition. And that's a place I would really want to look into it.
Thank you. Dr. Bornstein, just a follow-up question, given that you've been working both on the electricity markets and the petroleum markets, and what we've just seen earlier this year on the electricity markets because of the reliability crisis we've experienced the last couple of years, the state ended up taking some extraordinary measures. I mean, to say extraordinary is an understatement. In kind of really, we had to take, put measures on the table that we would have never thought through. And David kind of mentioned thinking about a strategic reserve and bringing back that conversation back, in his opening comments. Given this potential for a cliff drop in the supply side, as you mentioned, we could have lumped retirements, quote unquote, of refineries, and then we could potentially see a supply shortage and compounded by the other market dynamics. Do you see anybody can comment to this as a long-term strategy? That's something that we have to rethink or put it back on the table.
Yeah, I think we should be thinking it. I think, though, we also have to keep in mind that that is a fuel supply solution. And I'm not sure most of what we have is not a fuel supply problem right now. Now, going forward, we might. And either government-held reserve, or alternatively, a requirement of reserves held by the refiners, but that has its own set of problems if they have a lot of market power to begin with, or some sort of safety valve of allowing non-compliant gasoline, or, I mean, there are a lot of possibilities that we could consider and are in not just the 2015 or 2017 PMAC report, but the 1999 Attorney General's Gasoline Task Force. But I think that we have to, before we go down that road, we have to recognize that's not where most of the problem is right now. It might be a wise idea to consider it for the future, but most of the problem is downstream from the refinery, from the supply issue.
Thank you. David, do you have anything that you want to add?
I agree with Severin. Strategic Fuel Reserve was a vehicle to help ensure additional supply. And it was the result of price spikes. I mean, that's how we got to it. Stillwater and our team developed that. We took the job thinking that, frankly, that we didn't think government interference in markets was a good idea. But because we were on the payroll, we decided we'd figure it out, come up with something that would work. And so we thought it would work. There were criticisms of it. Certainly it could have used more work. But I think it's something to put on the table to solve this price volatility at the spot level issue.
Thank you, David. So when I just close, go ahead, Jimmy.
As I recall, the reason that no one went for that was because they thought there was not enough capacity for storage. And also because, you constantly had to change out the refined product. It's not like crude oil couldn't sit around for a long time. And that's why no one went for it.
Yeah, I think
the commission's on the record with their objections, and those are in the document that I cited in my testimony.
Thank you. So I just want to close my questioning with Catherine. Catherine, just kind of, if you were to comment on that kind of general theme, right, of kind of a strategic reserve, again, as kind of options for the future, but also the reason I'm kind of like putting those two things together is one, it was raised early in the comments, but also that if one of the correlations, factors that could have contributed to the price volatility this summer is low refinery levels, right? Just wanted to ask you if you could close the discussion on why were the refinery levels lower than usual? Again, this is a good faith to understand and learn what was going on. Why do you think that might have happened this year? I mean, there was a couple of points of view that were offered earlier that it could be a hangover from COVID, what we've observed previously. But we did recover significantly this year economically. Could you just comment on how you see as we move forward, given the public discourse and where we as California wants to go in a decarbonized future, how those ideas serve?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I think it is, it's definitely, in my opinion, as a result of the pandemic and coming out of the pandemic. And, that's something obviously we can look at in more detail, but inventories were low and we came out of a pandemic and, things have begun to change ever since. And so I think, it's an important conversation. I think it's, as we've said, it's not a refining issue as much as some of the other things that have been pointing out here. I do think the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is a short-term, we talked about short-term and long-term solutions. I don't think it's a long-term solution. I think there are other things that can generate more resiliency in a tight market than a Strategic Petroleum Reserve. I think it's I think as Gordon described it, I think he used the word calming. It can have a calming effect, but I don't think it ultimately solves the issue.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, and I know we are close to our public comment period. Just want to check on the dais if anybody else has a burning question. No on this side or no? Okay, so with that, I'll pass it to Heather. Thank you all for taking the time to help contribute to this conversation, and Drew for doing a fabulous job facilitating the conversation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you again to our panelists and to Drew. So we'll move on. So this is Heather Rate. We'll move on to public comment. We'll start with folks in the room and then go to those on Zoom. And if you're on Zoom, I see some hands up, but go ahead and press that raise hand function to let us know you'd like to make comments. And if you're on the phone, you can press *9 and that will effectively raise your hand. So I have a couple blue cards. If others in the room wanted to make comments, please go ahead and fill out a blue card and give to me. So we'll start with Ms. Megan Shumway, sorry if I mispronounced your name, please come to this microphone. If you could say your name and your affiliation and spell it for the record, and we'll have 3 minutes for each person to do public comments. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Megan Shumway, and I work with many climate organizations that are members of the Last Chance Alliance. This has been a very stimulating discussion today. I really appreciate it. I was disturbed that maybe 5 refineries could have such an effect on the market. I'm sure that it is not lost on them that if 3 of them close down for routine maintenance, that it would cause a spike in prices. I don't know how we control for that. That I leave to wiser people in the room. But I wanted to make the point that Californians really understand that there have been record profits this year, obscenely record profits. And they need to have something done to protect them from price gouging and exploitation by an industry that, whether it intentionally does this or not, has been fleecing us for years. And we need to have some kind of a limitation. And I think it could be a law that covers all corporations price gouging people. You know, it's like people come in after a disaster and price gouge for things that are necessities. And I think that there needs to be some kind of limitation on how much profit you can make before you are a price gouger. And I'm not talking about just 100% increase in profits, which would be lovely for any business, but I'm talking about profits that have increased from last year to this of 1,700% by PBF Energy, 1,243% by Phillips 66, Marathon Petroleum, 545% increase in profits. Valero, 500% increase in profits. This is just outrageous. Even Exxon has made the highest profits that they have ever made in 135 years of business. And Californians understand that people are walking away with their money and they can't get to work unless they fork it over. So it's a real problem, and we at the Last Chance Alliance recommend that you find a way to cap windfall profits. And that's what I have to say about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Alfredo Arredondo, excuse me. Go ahead. So please spell and state your name and your affiliation for the record.
Good afternoon. Alfredo Redondo, spelled A-L-F-R-E-D-O, last name A-R-R-E-D-O-N-D-O, and providing comments on behalf of the Low Carbon Fuels Coalition today. Appreciate all the time that the Commission has taken today and Senator Lamont. So the Low Carbon Fuels Coalition is comprised of a wide range of industry stakeholders, from companies to trade associations, that are all dedicated to decarbonizing the transportation fuels sector by supporting and implementing technology-neutral clean fuel standards like California's Low Carbon Fuel Standard. And as the ARB stated in their final draft report, or the draft version of the scoping plan for 2022, the LCFS is the primary mechanism for transitioning California's transportation fuel pool with low carbon alternatives and has fostered a growing alternative fuel market. And I think that point deserves maybe lingering on a little bit longer, that really what we're talking about is replacement competition, not direct competition. So a distinguishment between deciding that you're going to have to rely on fossil gasoline and the competition being who's across the corner from that one station versus actually having a complete replacement competitor in the marketplace that oftentimes is a lot cheaper. So functionally, through a performance-based standard that is focused on the carbon intensity of fuels, the LCFS is leading to the production of renewable electricity renewable liquid gases and gaseous fuels that are directly displacing petroleum-based fuels used in light-duty and heavy-duty applications. And as a result of the LCFS, most of the renewable fuels that are coming online are cheaper for the consumer on a miles traveled basis when compared to fossil gasoline and diesel. That's to say that you can go a lot further on renewable electricity or other renewable biogenic fuels per dollar spent in comparison to petroleum. In some cases, you can even go 3 times further on $50 using renewable fuels versus the fossil fuel equivalent. California, therefore, should continue to support climate-smart and consumer-friendly policies like the LCFS and increase the ambition of this tech-neutral mechanism to achieve even better outcomes for consumers and the environment. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who wanted to make comments? Okay, not seeing any, we'll move on to Zoom. So Louise Sanford, if you would like to comment, I will open up your line. You may need to unmute on your end. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and what a wonderful and thought-provoking hearing this afternoon. As a native California, I've seen this roller coaster ride firsthand ever since the embargoes back in the 1970s. It seems all too frequently, though, that we always hear of multiple gasoline refineries being offline, performing maintenance at the same time. And each time this happens, we all know gasoline prices soar. So can the commission or say a related agency serve as a scheduler, a very strict scheduler for these refineries, ensuring only one refinery at any given time was offline? Would this not help minimize this tremendous impact on gasoline prices? I welcome your response. I hope this proposal might be one of many tools available at the short term to help ease this pain at the pump that we're all experiencing until these wonderful long-term solutions are finally achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. So next is Christina Geringe, excuse my mispronunciation. Please state your name and your affiliation for the record. You may need to unmute on your end.
Good afternoon. Christina Scaringe for the Center for Biological Diversity. With thanks to the CEC and to the governor for holding this hearing to press the oil industry as they rake in record profits, holding Californians hostage to artificially high prices even as they continue to pollute our state. We feel it acutely with these high gas prices, but there is a chronic cost as well to our air, water, land, communities, animals, and people. 70% of Californians breathe unhealthy air. We have some of the worst air and the worst fuel prices in the country, yet somehow we keep getting stuck with more of the same. For decades, the industry has used its exorbitant profits to block the critical transition to a clean energy future that their own internal studies confirmed was both inevitable and eminently necessary. All these years, they've financed disinformation to confuse a consensus that they themselves have confirmed, perpetuating known harms with their dirty products to squeeze out another day of profit at our expense. As their messaging becomes increasingly untenable, they morph to greenwashing false solutions, such as the CCS campaigns they now heavily finance, while boasting internally of its ability and purpose to perpetuate their fossil fuel future. The climate crisis is upon us. For more than 50 years, they have blocked progress with their disinformation drumbeat, decades that we could have, would have, and should have been transitioning to a brighter energy future, and still they beat the drum for more delay. Enough already. Californians must break away from the instability and insecurity of an energy future beholden to big oil. We must accelerate the clean energy transition away from fossil fuels to boost clean renewable energy. We can decouple energy production from these long-standing harms to our communities, our state, and our planet. Fossil fuels are simply incompatible with a safe, healthy, and sustainable future. Choosing inaction or more delay is to side with the polluters, surrendering Californians and all the species and lands of this state to their whims yet again. The state must choose instead to protect its people, its communities, and its lands over these polluters. The only way to protect Californians from the harms we know big oil imposes upon us is to get off oil once and for all. Holding big oil accountable with measures like the windfall profits cap while accelerating the transition to a resilient and just energy future is the way forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Rob Spiegel. Please spell your name and give your affiliation, if any.
Thank you, and good afternoon or good evening, members. Rob Spiegel, Senior Policy Director for the California Manufacturers and Technology Association, or CMTA. And we always appreciate the comment or the opportunity to provide comment to the Commission. So from the testimony and presentations provided today, it does seem clear, at least to us, that there are many factors that influence petroleum prices, and some of which may actually be driven by California's own policies. For more than a decade, California industry and CMTA have consistently asked for policies and regulations to be predictable, to be technologically agnostic, and reflect a portfolio of options that allows for the greatest of diversity for fuels and to meet the growing energy demands for California. As California embarks on its pathway to carbon neutrality, organization has consistently asked regulators for greater flexibility, and we've also expressed our concerns regarding the reliability of energy and the economic impacts these policies will have not only on our operations, but also on California consumers. The CEC's statements and its notice of hearing is accurate. California's carbon neutrality goals are expected to drive down the demand for petroleum fuels, but our broader supply of fuel is becoming more constrained due to California's unique blends, an isolated market, and the impact of refinery outages and retirements of our refineries. This is fact, and each of these elements create additional volatility on a globally traded commodity that is prone to international pressures and disruptions. As for the actionable items today, CMTA is hopeful that the CEC will move forward with the proposed study to develop a more in-depth understanding of the impact California's climate goals will have on supply and demand, in-state production, and the affordability of fuel. Let's have an honest, fact-based, and data-driven analysis so we can objectively determine the causes and collaborate on solutions without increasing costs to California consumers. As always, CMTA appreciates the opportunities to address the Commission, and we do look forward to working together on finding a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. So next is Gary Kirkland. Please go ahead and state. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I represent Gary Kirkland's my name. I represent myself and the Libertarian Party. What I'm calling about, we talk about high gas prices. What I tell all the people I can that if you're upset with high gas prices, what you should do is buy stock in an oil company. I heard several of the speakers whine and complain about the record profits from oil companies. Well, if you own stock in an oil company, that profits goes to you as much as you own the stock. So complaining about high gas prices is foolish. Buying stock is smart. Also, if the state decides they want to put an excess tax, which I'm adamantly opposed to, on oil companies, they're going to just pass that along to the consumer, and prices will go up even higher. And this is a foolish idea. Also, on this climate thing, trying to stop climate change is like trying to stop the Earth from turning around or orbiting around the sun. The climate on Earth has been changing for over 4 billion years. It's changing now. It'll be changing in the future, in my opinion. Better than trying to stop climate change is to learn to adapt. Successful species adopt a change. They don't try to stop change. And those species that do adopt a change survive mass extinctions, which we have 5 of over the millennia, how billions of years. And so we should adapt to the change in the Earth, not try to stop it. Also, global warming, in my opinion, is a good thing, and we should encourage it by burning more fossil fuels and putting more carbon in the air. Because if one looks at the globe, one can see that most of the landmass on Earth is in the northern half of the northern hemisphere. And we have Alaska, Greenland, Canada, and Russia, which are the two largest countries on Earth. If we have more global warming, oh, by the way, there's plenty of arable land up there and fresh water. If we have global warming, those lands will be productive and can support even more people than we have right now. So instead of being pessimistic and looking for bad things about global warming, let's be optimistic and try to encourage global warming so more people can live on this lovely planet, which we have no way of destroying. Saving the planet is just a stupid hyperbolic activity that people engage in by talking. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So next is phone line ending in 096. Phone ending in 09. There you go. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. This is Sakira Carter. That's Sakereh, Carter. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Sakira Carter, and I'm a senior policy advocate with Sierra Club, California. Although we appreciate the thorough analysis provided here for the basis of California gasoline price hikes, much of the information presented raises several concerns. California must accelerate California's transition to clean energy technology while providing clean energy jobs and improving accessibility to clean energy vehicles across the state. Specifically, legislators should institute price gouging penalties that reinvest funds in environmental programs that amplify the deployment of clean energy infrastructure and rectify legacy pollution, such as public transit, e-bike incentives, orphan well remediation, and retraining assistance for industry workers. This call to action is backed by the rapid decline in California petroleum production, lack of transparency, and high consumer costs experienced by gas-powered vehicle owners today. Further, the notion that environmental fees and regulations disincentivize petroleum production is particularly concerning, as refineries should willingly utilize the most stringent pollution emission controls to protect neighboring communities from exposure to harmful pollutants such as nitric oxide and particulate matter. Again, it's time to double down on electrifying California's fleet and disinvest from the oil and gas industry. Thank you.
Thank you. So next is David Dry. Please go ahead and state your name and affiliation, if any.
Hi there, my name is David Dry, and I'm calling on behalf of the Coastal Energy Alliance, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to give public comment today. I'm calling to remind the Commission that taxes on energy and gas will burden Californians and families and increase the cost of living in our state. We already can't afford the high fuel costs because of our state's policies, and we already pay the highest taxes on gas in the United States. We recommend that the Commission focus on real solutions to lower energy costs, including increasing supply, and stop trying to punish legitimate businesses by playing politics. We encourage the Commission to explore and prioritize solutions that work for all Californians. Thank you very much for letting us speak on this important issue today.
Thank you. Next is Brady Van Engelen. Please go ahead and state your name and any affiliation, if any.
Good afternoon. This is Brady Van Engelen calling on behalf of the California Chamber of Commerce and its 14,000 members. Thank you to the Energy Commission for hosting this very important conversation, and to all the panelists for all of their thoughtful contributions as well too. We at the Chamber would strongly encourage the Commission to continue this important dialogue and ensure that we fully understand the economic impacts as we transition to cleaner energy solutions. And make sure that we understand what solutions would actually serve to benefit all Californians. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So one last, I don't see any more hands up, but if someone is on, oh, we have another hand. So just a reminder, if you want to make comments, press that raise hand function on Zoom, and if you're on the phone, press *9 if you'd like to make comments. So next is Tracy, I can't read very well, Treadlefall. Please go ahead and give us your affiliation and spell your name if you have one. Go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Tracy Threlfall. I am with the Plumbing, Heating, Cooling Contractors of California, representing Merit Shop Plumbing, Heating, Cooling Contractors in California. And while I want to thank the Commission also for a very thoughtful discussion on this topic today. I would like to say that our contractors have been heavily burdened by fuel costs across the state. And this is why we're seeing this exodus out of California. The average business person is burdened by taxes, regulation, fees, fuel costs. Many of our contractors have been forced to attach fuel service charges to their invoices to customers in California. And one of the concerns that we have, I share with a previous speaker, that while we recognize that these oil companies have these incredible, that boggles the mind, these profit margins, would that our contractors could build this in the open market right now. The concern is that the governor may decide to tax these oil companies even further. And what we have seen historically is that there is no such thing as an unabsorbed tax. Any future taxes would no doubt be passed along to the consumer, including the general public, but to our business owners and employees as well. So I would just like to bring that to the Commission's attention and to the governor's attention, and our legislators, that before we look at taxing these organizations, that we look at alternate solutions. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard today, and thank you again for your public service.
Thank you. So next is Mary Ann Welsh. Go ahead.
My concern is that the government wants all electric cars. However, this past summer, we were told, oh, don't plug it in right now because the PG&E basically couldn't handle the grid. That's one thing. The other problem I have with this whole thing is that there's no help from the state for gas taxes. It's outrageous. We, the people, voted a fraudulent vote. We wanted to repeal the 12-cent gasoline tax. The yes vote meant no, the no meant yes, was a fraudulent vote. Then again, in July 1st of 2022, for some reason, the legislators, and I'm not understanding this, raised it another 0.03 cents. Again, that's 15 cents right there. Also, the gas cars are paying for the road repairs and all the upkeep. Electric cars hurt the road more from their torque when they put their foot on the pedal to go. Electric cars pay no gas tax. Fair? Really? I don't think so. Then also, why are we buying oil from Venezuela right now? Is not oil prices set internationally set prices? I don't know, but that's my understanding, that it's an international price for oil. Also, why is it that Costco's gas is so cheap? Is it that they just buy more gas? Gas is gas. I don't understand that. Also, our oil supply reserves for our country, we tapped into that. Are we replacing that? That's also a cost of the overall taxpayers. We in California have done much to clean up the air. We have smog control. We have catalytic converters. Right now, our air is cleaner than it's been in years. I've lived here, by the way, my whole life, okay? A complete audit of this state is how I see it right now, is how we spend all of our tax dollars in this state. To attack the oil company is so obvious. Okay, they're making too much money. They should do this and that. But if we don't have an overall plan, how will having electric cars, we're not, what I'm trying to say, we're not ready to go solar or wind. We need a comprehensive plan. Just to attack the oil companies are making too much money is not going to solve the overall problem. And that is that we need to upgrade our grid. We need to be able to give electricity and to everything and all the sources that we need. But I'm concerned for any kind of special session. That always bothers me. They did the same thing with Proposition 19. They had a special session, then it went on to the ballot, to vote on it. And so anytime they do a special session, I'm always worried because they sort of say one thing and they do something else. So I really think we need a comprehensive program about our oil and how we're doing things. And I have a lot to say about it because I'm upset, but that's it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. If anybody else wants to comment, please raise your hand on Zoom or press *9. Okay. Phone line ending 688. Please go ahead. You may need to unmute your line.
Yes, my name is Vicki Connor. I'm representing Econ Alliance in northern Santa Barbara County. And I just wanted to mention a few of the risks that we think might be inherent in new taxes on energy, traditional energy. It's been mentioned before, obviously, the burden on being greater on families, the more taxation that occurs in the energy arena, the more burden families feel. Also, the impacts of the manufacturing and other industries like ag and other industries that also depend on energy, as well as public services and government services. The grid reliability, I think, is another area that is of concern to most of us in terms of transitioning too quickly without being ready, and taxation to foster more transportation, more energy, people leaving the state to do business elsewhere is obviously a concern as well. So I think the risks, those risks that are fairly easily identifiable are worth considering, and it's probably a good idea to explore alternative solutions besides taxation. Keep the conversation going, do the studies, and don't rely on the one sort of easy fix of taxation, which really won't fix what you're trying to fix. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll give a moment to see if anybody else would like to raise their hand. You can raise hand on Zoom or the *9 on the phone. Okay, I'm not seeing any more raised hands. I think we're done with public comment. Thank you, everybody who commented. And back to you, Vice Chair Gunda.
Thank you, Heather. I just wanted to just close with a sense of gratitude for the day. Thank you to all the panelists and everybody who participated, contributed your knowledge towards the discussion today. And also, Heather, to you and your team for putting on another well-run workshop. And Drew, thank you for your contributions on thinking through how to work this workshop today, which is not easy to think through a topic like this. So thank you to you and Alicia for her contributions. And specifically the fuels team. I know Ryan Eggers is here in the room, Gordon Eastbrand, as well as Quinton and Amanda. Thank you all for wonderful work that you've been doing behind the scenes to help develop the necessary analysis to even begin this conversation. And thanks to all the people on the dais, all the commissioners who were here most of the day, and to Senator Limon for attending and listening to this important conversation. Much more to go here. It's a good starting. I think the objectives that Drew laid out at the start, which is to just begin to dig into the problem and develop solutions, have been started in good faith, I believe. There's a lot more discussion, a lot more data to sift through. But thanks again. And with that, I will close the workshop or hearing for today. Thank you. Adjourned.